EWBSX, the cyberbully. We are so back.
You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
Holy crap. I have just learned something incredible thanks to Straight Buster in the chat. That quote, the only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump. Spelled out, it's something like, the only acceptable political theory is, it's something like toapticultata. Toapticultata. But, you hear it in there. It has Cult DT at the end of it. It's so perfect. One more time.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
Complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump. Now, one thing's funny. I'm always going to remember exactly how the quote goes from now on. There's been complete undying loyalty, total and complete undying. There's been times where I've been trying to remember the exact way that it ends. Now I'm just going to remember Cult DT. That's all I need to know. That's where I am. I am part of the DT cult. You're looking for the Donald Trump cult? Yes, that's me. Right here. I am happy to take this, to wear this mantle. More than proud of it. And now I'm always going to remember it. The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump. So true. So true. Welcome, everybody. This is the ASTROLABE. This is the place where you can, as Cheeky just said, detox from the daily black pills. This is their detox center. It is not federally subsidized yet. We'll get there eventually. But for now, this is your detox center for all of the black pills. You go out wandering around in these posting streets, listening to some of the dumbest shit you're ever going to hear in your life. And if it's got you down, then wander your way on over here to the Donald Trump cult. And we will tell you exactly why not only is there no reason for you to be feeling black-pilled and weighed down, but there's actually extraordinary reason for you to be feeling hope and optimism. We are living in a new world. The Trumpenreich has begun. And it is glorious. But you got to have the right glasses on. There's a whole bunch of people right now that got the old glasses on, and their prescription is totally out of date. They have no idea what they're seeing. Now all of a sudden they're just extremely nearsighted. Low time preference bros, all of a sudden being BTFO'd by high time preference. So we are here to provide you the prescription that you need so you can see properly and understand why there is many reasons for hope and optimism, and we live in a great time. Welcome, everyone. So, shout out to Tyler J. renewing his subscription over on Kick, The Glory of Rome. Indeed, if you guys were missing out on the, if you missed out on the pre-show, I guess if you're watching this on Rumble or X later on, and actually I went and looked at the numbers. There's a lot more people watching from X than I thought, especially on rewatch. There's quite a few average live viewers relative to the other platforms, and then there's almost as many or more replay viewers. So there's a lot of you apparently that are actually willing to sit and just listen on X, which is very interesting. The average listen time was longer than I expected. So it was not. This wasn't. I don't think just a matter of it catching people's eyeballs as they scrolled past it. Even if it is, okay, that's great. So yeah, if you're watching on X or Rumble now, you are catching the pre-show over there. So I start the recording on after the pre-show before the intro, so I can post it out to the podcast audience. And which is funny now that I'm thinking about it, the podcast audience is, well, that's not totally true. The podcast audience is not a substantial portion of the listenership. It is a notable portion, but it's not substantial. Most of you guys are catching the video form of this, which is what it's intended to be. It's intended to be a live stream video show, I guess, and very visually oriented. But there was people who wanted to hear the audio version of it, so lots of people are doing that. So if you want to hear the audio version of it only, if that's all you're looking for, it does post out on all the podcasts, all the major podcatchers. If you have some weird niche Android one or something that you happen to use, your favorite special podcast app, then I'm sure if you're someone who's listening on that sort of a platform, you're fully aware of how to find an RSS feed. So I don't need to walk you through the steps on that. But otherwise, I think the single most reliable place where the episode will always be is on Kick, followed by Substack, and Substack is it's probably the best way to catch, just if you want just the audio or just the lab part of it, not the pre-show. I don't know why you wouldn't want the pre-show, but if you don't want the pre-show, then the podcast and Substack is the place for that. Otherwise, it goes up on YouTube, it goes up on Rumble, it goes up on X, and it goes up on Kick. It goes in all of those places. So if you're having a hard time finding it, I don't know what to do for you. If you don't know how to stay alerted when the show goes live, I've given you multiple different options for that. You can go follow the King Pill Telegram channel. You can follow me on X at King Pilled and turn on notifications. Or you can join the King Pill Discord. And I at everyone there, kingpill.com. Speaking of the King Pill Discord, how's this for professional podcasting? Form.kingpill.com. Go sign up now, as long as you are not currently in the King Pill Discord. We're going to do the honor system here. I'll do a little cross-checking, but I know you could get around it if you really wanted to. But if you are not in the King Pill Discord right now, then go to form.kingpilled right now and enter your email address. We'll see how many names come in here over the next 24 hours, but I'll either be announcing the winner to a free year in the King Pill Discord. I will be announcing that probably tomorrow on tomorrow's lab, but I may give it until Thursday. So go to that. It is form.kingpilled.com. I mean, like I can type https://form.kingpilled.com. There you go. I can type that in the chat. It is now there. So you can click it. Or you can go to your web browser of choice and type in form.kingpilled.com. Yes, so please do go enter for the drawing. I will do the randomized drawing and pick someone out, and they will get a free year in the King Pill Discord. This Wednesday night, there is almost certainly not going to be a voice chat. I have to try to figure out a way to maybe do one another night. But there will not be a voice chat this Wednesday night because it is Orthodox Christmas. and I will be going to church with the family. So no Labe on Wednesday, and no voice chat in the King Pill Discord. You guys heard it here. Cheeky says, send mail to 4547 MAGA Cult Lane. We are going to fucking kill you. Donald Trump. District of Trump. That's what that is. We are going to fucking kill you. District of Trump. 01488 USA. Hell yes. Give me that address. Can I live at that address? I want to live at that address. Please. Please give that to me. Church is at 9 a.m. Yeah, I know. But I'm saying church is at 9 a.m. and I'm taking the day for family and Christmas and all of that. Okay, so title of today, I was right about Fuentes, Venezuela implications, and 120% increase in ICE. What's that? We passed the first of the year. All of a sudden, ICE's capacity dramatically expanded. The president announced that there is going to be 2,000 of them sent into Minnesota. Thank you, Pale Morning Dude, for the kick in the pants. Yes, the immigration enforcement is scaling up, just like we told you it would. Also, yes, the remittance tax went live. We've got a remittance tax. We've got vastly scaled up ICE enforcement. Is there any reason to suspect? Oh, and then the biggest thing of all is all of a sudden we stand in full control. We have got the Venezuelan government by the short hairs. What do you think? What do you think part of those negotiations are going to be? Especially if Stephen Miller winds up being in charge of them. What do you think? What do you think is going to be a major component of the acceptance of the new government in Venezuela? It is absolutely going to involve taking an extraordinary number of Venezuelans back into Venezuela. There's also a ton of Venezuelans that want to go back to Venezuela. They want to leave the country. They did not want to be here. They were here because they didn't want to live under the Maduro dictatorship. Thank you, Jeff Accordion, for the kicks. It wasn't because Maduro himself is necessarily all that important in and of himself, but he was the face of a particular power structure that just got its balls ripped off and fed to it on the global stage. So we just got a huge vector for the expedited remigration of Venezuelans. Anybody who is... if you are a student of history and a student of politics, you have failed the class. You have failed the class so badly that your guidance counselor is now talking to you about maybe you need to have some new priorities in your life. Maybe this sort of class isn't the one for you. Maybe you need something that's a little more tactile or something like that. If you don't see how what happened in Venezuela was one of the most substantial, earth-shattering America First moves that has been made in decades, maybe centuries. This was a tremendous move. There's so many implications. We could spend the rest of the year talking about the implications from this move. We're probably going to. Honestly, like everything that we talk about that happens over the next year, I'll say probably like 80 or 85% of it could be directly traced back to this event without some sort of big stretch. Just tracing natural downstream consequences of something this substantial that affects so many things across so many different vectors. And so deftly done too, yeah, Isaac. That's part of it. The fact that it was done so deftly is tremendous. And I mean, I see a lot of people who are calling into question like specific details of the story. Wait, actually, maybe that doesn't matter. Those specific details don't matter. You don't understand mass psychology if you don't get that those specific details don't matter anymore. The story has already been told. The political capital has been harvested from that event. Harvested, and it is now being deployed. So it could have been an entire show. I have the same position on this that I do on the moon landing. Even more impressive is faking the event and convincing everyone you actually did it. So if you want to say that some aspects of this were actually faked and don't fit the proper narrative, okay, sure. You're just making the point even harder for us then. If they didn't just do this, but they did this, but they didn't do it the way they said they did, but they convinced everyone that they did, and they're now going to continue moving and acting as if they did, and people are going to react to them as if they did, it doesn't matter whether or not they actually did. Does this make sense? I'm not like galaxy braining here. I'm just running like cause and effect chains. If they faked the capture of Maduro because he turned himself in, or because there was a stand down order, or because whatever your reasoning is for it, they actually faked it. They actually didn't do it. The whole world has just accepted that that's exactly what happened. I'm not saying that it was faked, but I'm saying there's people who are. People aren't even saying it's fake necessarily. I'm just kind of speaking in shorthand here. People are saying, well, actually, no, there was this, or actually there was that. I think people are saying that Chavez's mausoleum is still standing. That it wasn't hit. It was another thing that was hit. And that just was like a meme that went viral and it stuck to the point where even major news networks were all announcing it. But it's still standing. I don't care if it's still standing or not. Like, there's people who are literally like, can someone that's there, can you like go walk over and take a picture? That's where it was last night, at least. So, but like, even grant that premise. Yes, that did not actually happen. The whole world substantially now believes that happened. That not only did they go in there and yoink the guy in like 3.5 minutes and kill his entire security team, and take his wife with him as well. They also, I don't remember what I was saying with it. May have made a deal prior to the op. Yeah. That's the sort of thing I'm saying. Yeah, maybe he made a deal. Sure. But they did all of that, and then they shot out a missile at Chavez's mausoleum, like just because they could. Yes, we can blow $10 million or whatever on defacing your sacred, like, those sorts of things, those sorts of symbols. The symbol of Chavez's mausoleum is like a mind control device over the people. That's why it's there. It's there to capture people's attention and focus and keep them, like, entranced in this world. So going and zero traditional military relevance to it. It was just a symbol of the power of the existing regime, and they just shit upon it. This is what we think of your regime. Not only are we going to yoink your president, we're also going to deface your national icons on the way. Because shitting out a $10 million missile or whatever to do something like that doesn't cost us anything. It's a rounding error. Nobody's even going to notice. Because we're a real fucking country. This is what it looks like when a superpower flexes its muscles. And America hasn't actually acted like a self-interested superpower in a very long time. Very long time. So that sort of thing, like, symbolically, whether it actually happened or not, a sufficient portion of the population has already internalized the fact that it happened. And the symbolic meaning of that. Like, damn. They didn't just take the guy, they also desecrated their national monument in the process. Like, imagine if someone came in and yoinked the American president and just launched a missile into the Lincoln Memorial. You wouldn't look at that and think, oh, yeah, whatever. You'd be like, holy shit, this was sending a message. So the fact that everybody's already internalized that means the literal truth of it doesn't matter. because things are happening so quickly, but that by the time it's like the Sam Hyde memes when there's like a mass shooting and someone actually, so every single time there's someone who runs with one of the Sam Hyde memes about it. A substantial number of people believe it and they just run with it, and then the damage is done. They can't come back from that. Yeah, Cheeky, in 6 months, Trump will have free reign to dismiss rogue judges. I think 6 months may be a little ambitious. I think that if things go really, really well, then yeah, in 6 months, he will have that. We're already trending in that direction. It's that the dismissal process, there's like a what would you call it? Like a reflexivity loop or something in the actual process it takes from when you say, okay, this person needs to be dismissed to where they actually are dismissed. That has to be shortened up big time. And we're seeing it starting to shorten up. But this does move substantially in that direction because it's going to make him way more popular. And as I saw someone say, there's a good chance that the efficacy of this may sort of Yarvin pill them. Like, bigger things are easier to do than small things. There is a truth to that. That's also a dangerous game because you got to choose what is the big thing. It's saying, like, it's sort of an extrapolation of the don't fish in the Rubicon, just cross it. But I think people are looking at maybe the Rubicon. They think the Rubicon is smaller than it is or something like that. The administration is absolutely crossing the Rubicon. You can't on one side say they're not crossing the Rubicon, and on the other side say, oh, they're doing so much that's just going to piss off the left and they're going to come back looking for blood and they're going to get their ultimate victory this time. Both of those can't be true at the same time. They are crossing the Rubicon. That crossing process, that's the question. Like political time moves very, very slowly, especially now, with how abstracted away from the real world we've become, with all of our different layered technologies and protocols and institutions and all of this stuff. These are all layers of complexity built within that feedback loop. So the process of regime change looks different and takes longer now compared to before. There's a lot of guys I think that are very, very good at understanding history. They're very good at looking back and drawing threads from history. But then if you ask them to implement those things in the world today, it's like they're oblivious to the zeitgeist. Maybe they're aware of the zeitgeist on like a low resolution sort of way, but they don't understand the intricacies of all of it. They don't have an intuitive sense of how those things all interplay together. So they're brilliant with history, but they're super autistic with the present state of things, the present spirit of the age. So they can't tell how much how the spirit of the age moves and how fast and when it is and what it looks like and all of that sort of thing. But it is very clearly moving, and it's very clearly moving in our direction. That doesn't mean that see, there's like latent within this is, oh, okay, so we don't have to do anything then. Why would you think that? Like, why would you be, hey, okay, we're being really successful. Okay, so I don't need to get involved. What? How does that, if your family member started a business or something and they were like really super successful and business was booming and everything's going great, you'd be like, hey, how can I help? How can I get involved? So if you hear, this is really good news, things are great, and your natural reaction is some variant of, oh, well, you're just saying we don't have to do anything then? You're betraying some of your own assumptions about politics. You still see the arena of politics itself, the arena of statesmanship, the notion of engaging in the power political game. You see that as distasteful, as repellent, as something that should be restricted and ostracized, and You shouldn't participate in it. You're a libertarian. You still have a libertarian view of government or the state or the ruling hierarchy or the ruling apparatus. You have this latent sense that America is evil per se because it is a powerful ruling apparatus. So like that its very nature, its very right to exist is in question. You can't be an American and think that the American government's right to exist is questionable. Just as a flat matter of principle. Unless you're a libertarian. So I've been having some of these conversations with friends recently who are people I like, people I respect, people I think these are sincere, good faith people who are nevertheless black-pilled. And the reason that they're black-pilled is because, and here's where I actually lay the responsibility. They're black-pilled because all of their commentators, their talking heads, their own authorities that they look up to and respect and listen to are telling them that they should be. This is a gross betrayal. This is a cardinal sin of rulership. And don't get me wrong, if you have an audience, if you have people who you are moving, you are engaging in the art of rulership. And it's up to you and wisdom to know the right paths to take, to properly deploy that rulership. Those are the guys that I lay the responsibility at the feet of. The guys who have amassed audiences on the basis of a political vision that values things like courage and authority and rule of law and tradition and sovereignty, exercising actual national sovereignty, being ethnocentric, industrializing, caring for the workers and the people. If you've built an audience proclaiming these values, and now you're counter-signaling the actual attempts to bring them about because they're not doing it in the way that makes sense to you because of your faulty presuppositions, you amass that audience, and now you are, whether consciously or unconsciously, leading them to despair. Leading them to hopelessness. This is like the sort of thing where I'm not like I'm concerned about the people who are doing this. I'm concerned about their own condition. Because they've come under a spell of something. I don't know whether it's ego or interest protecting or just genuinely not knowing, just genuinely being misled themselves. I don't know. But if you are going to have a platform where you speak to people, large numbers of people, and you tell them what to think, what to believe, what is good, what's valuable, what's bad, and you do this on a regular basis, then you have a responsibility to those people to not coach them into despair. There's a lot of this happening. Jason Miranchuk called it. He absolutely called it. The man has made some generational calls. The neo-trads, the OnlyFans girls converting into trad wives. He called that like a year or two before it started. The move of like the sort of intellectual dark web kind of rationalist, sort of transhumanist part of the culture to all of a sudden start getting interested in kind of like a simulacrum of Christianity, and that this is going to lead to like a really mush Christianity. He absolutely called that. He called the vengeful son. And he called the lots of people who you think are based are going to reveal themselves in 2025 to not be. That was a legendary, legendary call. And I believed him. I've had private conversations with him, and we've talked about it, and I believed him. But I was like, oh yeah, that's probably going to be true, I didn't think that it was going to be like a defining narrative path of 2025. I've learned my lesson now. That's 3 legendary calls. So when Jason points at something and says, hello, anybody looking at this right here? I look. I pay very, very close attention. Anyway, I don't know how I got off wandering down that line of thought. Just kind of came to me, I guess. So let's get this started here, and we'll go through. I have some. There's some thoughts related to that. There's which is the Fuentes thing, and I think people may not know quite what I'm getting at with the Fuentes thing, but I'll talk about it, and then you will. There's a little clickbait there. And then let's see, what else did I have here? So there's some. Dan Bongino has now spoken out, counter-signaled the black pills. And then I got a couple of takes here from people that are just some of these, like, it's like a train crash. You have to stop and just watch it happen, even though it's horrifying. There's some of the dumbest takes that I've ever seen in my life. We'll talk about those. And then what else did I have here? Okay, then we're going to talk about some of the implications of the Venezuela thing. We're going to talk about international law, this thing that everyone is now appealing to. Which is another great way of highlighting the latent shit libs in the room. Got some great Gigajew quotes. I'm gonna do a little Schmidt posting, and then if we get to it, I've got a video here from our MAGA grandma talking about the the shot that Canada took in all of this. But first, of course, we must laugh. We must experience art. We must have our souls touched. Dad, can you tell me about the 90s? I'm not nostalgic. I'm just homesick for an age that will never exist again. I saw some people talking about nostalgia just recently and characterizing it as a very sort of like wistful, passive, sort of mournful state. And I think that is not how I experience nostalgia. I experience nostalgia as like extremely motivating. When I see these things, it reminds me of the good things in life, which orients my perspective. So for me, nostalgia is a gift. It's not something. I think if you're experiencing nostalgia as like sadness and depression, then that's not the nostalgia. That's something else you've got going on. So here's some nostalgia for you. I know this world. yeah, man, that hits the spot. That hits the spot. It's funny. I think I might have said this on the show before, but I was just reminded of it that I had kind of a weird growing up where I was really I grew up in a very conservative Christian family, very conservative, very traditional, um, and I went to a high school in British Columbia that was like it wasn't segregated, but it was like segregated dorms, no mixed swimming. You couldn't wear short sleeve, you couldn't wear like tank tops or like it was very very conservative. No dating. Dating was like a cause for you'd be expelled if you were found dating. Um, I was found dating and I got suspended. So like that was the world that I grew up in. What kind of segregation? Yeah. I didn't even think of that. I was thinking gender segregation. That was the world I grew up in. So to me, a lot of the pop culture things that I saw and experienced, MTV and a lot of the like popular music and stuff, Limp Bizkit and Korn and all that sort of thing. That was what all my like less Christian friends did. The ones that weren't like really serious Christians, didn't really go to church all that often. They were just kind of like generic normie Americans playing video games and all that. That was sort of like, it was kind of transgressive when I went and did those things. It wasn't, my mom was much more conservative than my dad. And my dad grew up deep in that world. So he always kind of kept one foot in it, listening to popular music and like watching SNL and other sorts of things like that. He's the one who took me to see Star Wars and Lord of the Rings in theaters when they came out. And so he was the one that was kind of pulling my mom along that way a little bit. But generally, the general frame was that like pop culture was degenerate. It was viewed then the way that like everybody else now has experienced pop culture since the woke thing took over. When wokeness took over, the perspective of people like my family was just like, well, yeah, this is just how popular culture is. So yeah, of course they're doing this. They just started doing different degenerate stuff. Before they did other degenerate stuff, and now they're just doing different degenerate stuff. But they've always been seen as the enemy in that sense. So it's funny for me now to like, I'm looking back at that and I'm like, that was what was seen as by my milieu that I grew up with. That was what was seen as the sort of like degenerate, it's like lustful and it's proud and it's gaudy and it's profane and all that sort of stuff. And now I look back at it and I'm like, it's just so wholesome. It's so innocent. Yeah, the degeneracy of today is the nostalgia of tomorrow. Like I don't know if I'm to the point where I would say that as just that's always true, but it's definitely true right now. Here's this one. Which 2000s combo would you choose? I don't know about you guys. This one is extraordinarily easy. This is super easy.
You can only choose one of the following 2000s combos. Do you choose Halo 2, Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, Pepsi, and Little Caesars? Or do you choose Modern Warfare 2, The Eminem Show, Mountain Dew, and Doritos?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, man. That's a tough choice. I mean, when it really comes down to it and like you weigh all of the options, then maybe...
Oh, yeah. Yes!
You can only choose...
Not even close! That was so well done. Oh, that's my soul right there. Yeah, the inclusion of Pepsi is kind of is like, sure. I mean, I'll fine. Pepsi's fine. I've never been anti-Pepsi. And I mean, the other one's a strong contender. I never really played the Modern Warfare games. But what was the other part of it? It was Modern Warfare. Oh, Eminem. Like I definitely listened to a lot of Eminem growing up. That was me like participating in the like degenerate popular culture. But Mountain Dew is kind of like, yeah, it's fine. Mountain Dew and Pepsi are basically equal to me. Nachos, Doritos. Yep. I have had that exact combination many times in my life. Let me play it for you one more time.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, man. That's a tough choice. I mean, when it really comes down to it, and like you weigh all of the options, then maybe.
You can only
Oh, R.I.P. Chester, man. Cheeky says it's wild when you travel and realize how hard Coke at least used to dominate globally. Yes. When I was in Turkey 20 years ago, the one thing that you could get anywhere was Coke. It did not matter how way out into the boonies you got. There was Coke available somewhere. My urge to kill Covey's just spiked. Anyone love Nickelback? Yes, I love Nickelback. I was like, why does everybody hate this? This is awesome. Oh yeah, Covenant. Yeah, Covey's. Yeah. I was like, why do you hate this? How do you hate Nickelback? How do you hate Creed? This is not possible. Everyone's just fucking with me. This stuff is awesome. These are like pure chud anthems. And then you got sort of on the tail end of that, obviously you had Stained. Then on the tail end of that, you had like Buck Cherry. Anybody ever get down to some Buck Cherry? This was the music of my people. I was in Eastern Washington. This was everywhere. Eastern Washington is farm country. Yeah, you're a crazy bitch. Yes, this is like. Mr. Sue says Nickelback has numerous reasons to be hated. Mr. Sue, you're gonna get banned from the channel. You watch your mouth, sir. Chevelle, yes, I mean Chevelle. I would put that in very similar category, like culturally. The anti-wipe psyop goes so deep. So true, Cheeky. That's exactly what it was. The Nickelback and Creed hate was and continues to be an anti-white psyop. That's exactly what it is. So true. One of the truest things ever said on this show. Uncle Doomer with a banger says, if you start a completely fresh Instagram account, this is the first video that the Reels algorithm shows you. I never expected that Instagram would become almost edgier than X, which is kind of an interesting thing to consider. You know, if you still see someone like Mark Zuckerberg as like the highest priority enemy or something like that, you don't have to say that he's your best friend, but it's very, very clear that something substantial has changed. Because you go on Instagram now and you get stuff like this.
Wiggers in Agartha? Nah, this is Wigartha. Wow, the lore goes deeper than I thought. These fly white boys pulled up to the gateway in Antarctica. Damn these boys so icy. There was nothing there until this Wigga opened the portal. Oh shit,
what
there
a patriot!
It is. Wigartha, greeted by Agarion the Luminous, the first Wigga. He showed these boys around and uncovered the true lore. Wiggas weren't born in the suburbs. They were born in Wigartha. Suddenly the earthly Wiggas were surrounded. No outsiders have been let in for centuries. They were taken to the Wigarthan High Council for questioning. Only true Wiggas could pass the test. Does thy Wigga truly have motion? Yes. They flexed up on the
Stephen
OGs
Miller definitely
and
does.
were unanimously granted residency. They were each given Wigarthan snow bunnies as an offering. It got them thinking. You know who would really fuck with it here? Oh yeah, the big boys gotta pull up.
Fat nigga season! Who needs Netflix? Who needs Netflix when you got this shit? Give me hours of this. I will sit and consume hours of this. No, like I will turn my entire channel into just a reaction stream to the Agartha-rhythm. Just please fill my entire body with the Agartha-rhythm. This is phenomenal. This is so good. Yeah, about Zuckerberg, Ryan Isaac said he's not as ideological as people think. Business people adjust to climate on the large and small scale. Yeah, he's a normie. That's what he is. Mark Zuckerberg is a normie. And I maybe a lot of people haven't internalized that, but people like Mark Zuckerberg are normies. So when you say, if you have this like contempt for the chuds, for chud culture, it's vulgar. Like, that's the definition, that's the origin of the term vulgar. The cultures of the people. People like Mark Zuckerberg are wholly inhabited in that world. That's the way they see the world. So when you ascribe to someone like Mark Zuckerberg culpability for participating in some sort of like ancient blood ritual, vast conspiracy to take over the entire world and destroy all white people, he's like, what in the fuck are you talking about? I literally just believe whatever is normal to believe right now. And there's not a single normal person that I know who believes anything like what you do. It's extraordinarily mundane. Our elites are absolute retards. That doesn't mean they're not dangerous, but it means you can figure out how they work. They're very easy to model. You just have to know how to model them. You have to know what you're looking for. And if you're going out there looking for that sort of like really sophisticated, high-minded, like, I don't know, Tom Clancy novel sort of conspiracy from the top, you're not going to find it. Those sorts of conspiracies do exist, but if you're looking for them everywhere, you're going to be wrong more than you're right. I just have to thank my president here before we get into the rest of this. I never thought that this day would come, but it finally has. And I've got to say, Mr. President, I am just extraordinarily honored. And I hope that the rest of you are too, because our president sees us.
And there's this show, King Pilled. They call it King Pilled. Absolutely incredible show. One of the best I've ever seen. And there's this.
Many are saying, even the president himself is saying it. Your favorite president, a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? We do have a reaction from him announcing the capture of Nicolas Maduro-Stein.
My fellow Americans, it is my great honor to announce the capture of Venezuelan dictator
Yeah, Kingless Kingdom, I still can't believe he actually said it. It's incredible. I've worked for a very long time, and I never thought that I would be worthy of it, but I've finally been noticed by my president, and it couldn't feel better.
Nicolas Maduro, a very nasty person with a very stupid mustache. He's very stupid. And he broke what's called the Trump doctrine. F around and find out. And he effed around for too long. And now we found out. Our beautiful men and women of our military entered his home through a hole that was created after we attached Chris Christie to a wrecking ball. We blew a big, beautiful hole in the house, and they said to me, "Sir, we found him, sir."
I gotta ask, has anybody ever edited Chris Christie into the Wrecking Ball song from Miley Cyrus? Like that music video? I would imagine if people haven't done it before, it's extremely easy to do now. Just pick your favorite LLM like movie generator and just make a remake of Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus, except it's Chris Christie.
He's sleeping like a baby in Hello Kitty pajamas, believe it or not. He was in Hello Kitty pajamas, sucking his thumb in the fetal position. They said to me, "Sir, what do you want us to do, sir?" I said, "Get him out," and they got him out.
Our memers are mogging our enemies. So we've got our great emperor, Donald Trump, who goes and yoinks a guy out of his safe house in the middle of the night, surrounded by guards, murks his entire security team, and then he gets paraded around in the back of a paddy wagon. Did you guys see that? Did you see the video of them driving around in New York City in the van with the doors open? Just some Roman shit. We're just going to humiliate you. We're going to drag you through the streets and humiliate you. Very, very civilizationally. We're not going to do anything egregious like pull you behind the vehicle or something. We're civilized. We're dignified people. But we're still going to humiliate you. And then we're going to inflict our memers upon you. And they're going to start joking about you getting arrested, sucking your thumb in the fetal position wearing Hello Kitty pajamas.
Me, sir. What do you want us to do, sir? I said, get him out, and they got him out. I want to congratulate the new president of Venezuela, Marco Rubio. He's going to do a tremendous job, just like he does in all of his jobs, but he's going to be a great president of Venezuela.
Marco Grande.
El Marco Grande.
He said it!
Marco Grande. That means Big Marco. He's Big Marco now. But when we convict Maduro, we're going to shave off that horrible, stupid mustache, and we're looking at where to send him. We're looking at Sicat. It's a beautiful place in El Salvador, a very tough place. And if he goes there, maybe the Democrats can have a margarita with him. You know, they like to do that, so maybe they can do that. Or we may send him to Somalia. There's no worse punishment than to send a person to a complete dump of a country. It's a dump. I call it a sugar honey iced tea hole. You know what I'm talking about, Somalia. It's a very nasty place. But the days of Maduro sending drugs and gang members into our country are over. Tren de Aragua, they used to be Tren de Aquí, now they're Tren de Adios. They're Tren de Annihilated. And let this serve as a message to the rest of the world. If you're a dictator who threatens the United States, including the Ayatollah of Iran and his many wives or goats or whatever the hell he's doing in that cave, we're going to come for you too. Do not break the Trump doctrine. F around and find out. If you abide by it, you're not going to have a problem. But if you break the Trump doctrine, you're going to have a lot of problems. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
You know what's wild is Trump has shared this guy's stuff before. Trying to annihilated, yeah. Trump has shared this guy's stuff before. Imagine if Trump was to share this video. Rattle that one around in your noggin for a minute. If Trump was to actually share this video with the stuff about the Ayatollah and anybody else who wants to fuck around and find out, like, this would actually be a pretty significant geopolitical event if Trump was to share this video. And it's not totally off the table. I would not be shocked at all if he actually did. This is what we're going to do to you. We're going to do things to you that have never been done before. Our great propagandist. That was basically like a news recap. Imagine somebody who has been in a coma for a year or something. And they woke up from a coma and this is the first video they saw. That would be a pretty good recap of what the current state of things is right now. You'd have a lot of little like red flags there that you could, there's a rabbit hole that I need to go down that will tell you everything about everything that you need to know. This is a great little, 2-minute news recap delivered humorously. Okay, let's get Q-tarded here for just a moment. Just briefly. You guys can put up with it. The Department of Labor account is coming for the crown. DHS and CBP have obviously been just absolute banger factories for a year now. But of late, the Department of Labor account is coming online, let's say. We have a government account explicitly tweeting, "Patriots are in control." You guys, the Department of Labor account is tweeting, "Patriots are in control." Is this hollow pandering? Maybe, sure. This is exactly the sort of pandering that I want. Give me this. Give me this kind of pandering from my government accounts. Let my government accounts be nothing but provocative meme accounts. I did not know that I could vote for this. Patriots are in control and we're never giving up our fight to put America first. This is complete and total takeover of the messaging apparatuses of the administration. This is where I think there's maybe this is the autism break or something like that. That a lot of people just don't understand the significance of this. They don't understand the significance of the government social media accounts explicitly pandering to the core of the base by signal boosting the idea that there is a network of pedophiles who are paid off by organized crime to run the government. And that this is what constitutes their political enemies. That's what they're doing. They're signaling we are engaged in a process of regime change. They're not just signaling. See, that'd be the thing. If this was just signaling, but behind the scenes it was just a disaster, no progress made on any front, just it was like Joe Biden just continued, except with this veneer over. Then yeah, I could understand. I could understand why people would be like, oh, this is just trying to keep you up. This is like the jangling keys thing, just to keep you distracted. This is making political statements sanctioned by the administration. And it wasn't like a little short-term thing that then got squashed because it was causing too much trouble. No, the entire administration endorses this. The entire administration is cultivating this worldview on purpose. And they are acting in coordination with it. Even if their acting in coordination with it is delayed, it's delayed because of political necessities. There's a global war that's going on right now with like 27 different fronts. Maybe it's 17 different fronts. And there are little skirmishes here and little skirmishes there. And just because you've identified something as a skirmish, just because you've identified something as a strategically significant skirmish, does not mean that it is the entire war. There are lots of different fronts here. Venezuela was a front where a whole bunch of other fronts all intersected, which is what makes the strategic takeover of Venezuela so significant. So we're not just getting patriots in control signaling, we're getting patriots in control action to go with the signaling. Here's one that this is legit Q posting now. And I'm just going to leave this one for you. I see these sorts of things and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to put that in the basket over here. But that fucking basket is getting really big. I'm still just putting things in that basket. But that's a fucking huge basket. Look at this. 7-year delta between Q and Trump exactly to the date. Same day, same content. Trump it's maybe hard to see on this, but on January 5, 2026, whoever is running Trump's social media account posted this video. 7 years to the day ago, Q posted that exact video. 5 minutes and 48 seconds. 5 minutes and 48 seconds. This video will get Donald Trump elected. The video is just kind of like a precursor to the schizo edits of today. It's just like, like rousing, inspiring music with, there might have been here's the video.
Is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interests, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another 4-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government.
So you see, this is kind of like a precursor to the schizo edit. This is like a Gen X schizo edit. That's what it is. This is a Gen X truther sort of version of the Schizo edit. We're going to do a nice 5.5 minute video, and it's going to be like really wholesome and rousing and all that sort of thing. This is like Gen X speaking to millennials. Millennials and boomers. So 5.5 minutes of that. But this is... I can understand someone, several years ago being like, yeah, just a coincidence. Yeah, just a coincidence. Yeah, just a coincidence. Even with lots of coincidences, I can still see, okay, yeah, just a coincidence. Now, while other parts of the administration are explicitly posting Q-related things, having Trump's account do an exact 7-year delta like this is not a coincidence. I'm not saying you have to believe everything else downstream. I'm just saying this is intentionally done by the administration. This is Trump intentionally winking at the Q people, signaling to them, I'm your guy, and not doing it in sort of like a sort of like hidden, obscure way, but doing it in a way that's just totally open that everybody's going to see and everybody's going to know about it. Not like one of these little signals that only you guys are going to see. Now they're just doing it openly. Which then leads to the question, have people in and around Trump been involved with Q from the beginning? Whatever Q is, have they been involved with it from the beginning, for better or for worse? Or are they just choosing now that they want to signal their involvement in it? I don't know. Either one. I don't care. That doesn't really make a difference to me. I can work with either one. Particularly because each of the actions that they're taking corresponds to the presence of an awareness of this whole reality and a desire to take it on. The reality of there's a lot of people who deeply hold beliefs that emerged onto the internet from Q, who think that Q is just like retarded slop for normies. You guys are kind of the normies. You got this stuff, by and large, from Q. The only reason that you're able to talk about this publicly is because the Q thing achieves such critical mass. Even if they were a whole bunch of lunatics, which a huge number of them are, there's lots of them that are still right there. Even then, you owe them a debt for taking this thing like a fucking terrier and holding on to it for dear life. They are the greatest truthers imaginable. They are the absolute political embodiment of the DT cult. And this is complimentary. This is not derogatory. There's much that we can learn from them. Yeah, they're the original Diamond Hands. It's funny how much of this, like saying we wouldn't be here without QAnon that's a great Rorschach test statement. Because, like, I see that and I'm like, yeah, we wouldn't be here without QAnon. And other people are like, oh, we wouldn't be here without QAnon. And it just so happens to be that latter one is like the shit libs as well. Yes, Jeff Accordion. Whether Q is or isn't, there is no such thing as fiction. We are manifesting it. Speaking of patriots in control, Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino exited the FBI with a 20% murder reduction rate, 50,000 arrests, including 30,000 violent crimes, a 31% increase in fentanyl seizures, 6,000 children rescued, and multiple top 10 fugitive arrests. There you go. There's just the numbers. You can have a conversation about him after that. But them's just the numbers. That's pretty damn successful. One of the best memes in the game right now. Absolute banger meme. It's so perfect with... It wouldn't be nearly as good if you didn't have AI the way we do now. where you could just put anybody's face in here and it works. It's so good. So this is what he said. He said, "Good to see you all. I missed you. Thanks for everything while we worked on cleaning up. Working in the administration was the experience of a lifetime. I'll have some announcements coming up, but I'm taking a couple of days to spend with the family. A couple of things. Thank you for your interest in the show and its return date. We will have something for you soon. It'll be very interesting to see if he does start doing the show again, and if he does, what sorts of things he starts focusing on." And I say this as someone who's, I think Bongino is a patriot, but I also, I don't. I think that there's probably some pretty substantial differences in worldview between him and me, which is fine. But I'm not. I think he's a patriot, but I think maybe it's that I think he's a little. He's kind of a meathead, so I could see him buying into some really goofy stuff. But I just want to see what he starts talking about and what he does not talk about. That's what I want to know. And then as I listen to that, you have someone from within the administration leaving the administration ostensibly on good terms. That's, I think, still up in the air. I'm willing to hear kind of both sides of it, but ostensibly on good terms, he's leaving the administration. And he's going to immediately pick up a substantial audience. So whether or not he's there's no way that he's leaving the job and the White House isn't going to have some sort of say, some sort of influence in what he talks about and how he talks about it. They're going to weigh pretty heavily on that. So I'll be very curious to kind of analyze the nuances and stuff of what he says. But he says the Trump team is not kidding around. It's an otherworldly experience from the other side. He's determined and focused. And having been around quite a few presidents, this one broke the mold. If we blocked you, it's because we care so little about your bullshit that we deem it not worthy of even seeing. If you're bitching and whining about it, that means you can't exist without seeing and commenting on ours. You'll need to get over that. We do it because there's nothing black pillars and anti-Trumpers want more than to create division and drama. We're about results, and we'll talk about some of it soon. Love you all, and thanks again. Flaming Elmo emoji. So this is, I read this as determination. I read it also as a little, I'm not fully convinced one way or the other yet, whether it's on good terms or if, I like the guy. So I didn't want to say it this way, but I don't know that he's the smartest guy, the most insightful. I see him as a bit of a meathead. So I don't know. I could easily see him just not fitting in with the job because it's just kind of a little too much for him. But I also think he is a man of good character. I do think he is a patriot. So he may be coming out on a mission. He may be. He just kind of got overwhelmed with it, and he did a good job for the time he was in there, but they've got Andrew Bailey now, don't really need him anymore, which then raises the question, was this always part of the plan from the beginning when they put him in the position? We're going to have you here for a little while, and then we're going to send you back out as a propagandist. That's... Again, I go back to this latent anti-Americanism in all of the anti-trust the plan people, where they see it as a bad thing if the administration that they voted for wants to have its own propagandists. How are you a student of history and power and elite theory and power cycles and empires? How are you a student of all of this? And yet you think that it's sketchy or bad or questionable if the sitting federal government wants to have its own propaganda networks. This tells me that you just hate the federal government. You're just a libertarian that hates the government, that hates the state, and you want to maintain sort of the aesthetics and the you don't want to be gay and stuff like the libertarians, and you don't want to be a homo, but you still have that fundamental anti-state presupposition that's been cultivated in you for decades by regime propagandists. And so to you, that institution having its own propagandists, you see fundamentally as a bad thing. Just like instinctually, you don't even think about it. Of course it's a bad thing if they want people to come out and spread their message. How in the flying fuck do you expect Trump to start arresting members of Congress if he doesn't have propaganda apparatuses? If he doesn't have effective propaganda apparatuses? This is like placing an order at the front counter while you're lighting the kitchen on fire. You got to pick one here. Do you want to light the kitchen on fire or do you want to place an order? Libertarians are communists with extra steps. Yeah. I bet he has Cash on a lot and Weird Steven. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Steven's going to be on there so much. We're going to get such keno out of that. Lord Breezy says the anti-Trump push from the right has a European vibe to it, wanting to drag the re-rising power back down. Fake elite theorists. Bingo. Bingo. I think that's exactly what it is. I think it's from too many of our guys listening to and respecting Eurocentric voices who have built up brands commentating on American politics. And European politics and the European ethnos is just a different thing altogether from Americans. So if you're taking all of your political insights from Europeans, then yeah, I would imagine you're not going to like the Trump administration. Kate says you also need to factor how much the role itself changed him. I can't imagine anyone taking on that kind of position and not making it change the way you see the world. Yeah, agreed. For sure. For sure. Yeah, you want Bongino as a general, not an analyst. Good point, Jeff. Jeff says his tips didn't come through. Oh, we got some tips here. Let me take a look. Oh, sure enough, it didn't. You've had a couple that haven't come through. I don't know if I'd be curious to know what payment method you're using. What is it like? Are you using Cash App or are you using PayPal or something like that? Because there's some that haven't come through, and I haven't figured out yet exactly what the pattern is that's causing them not to go through. But it was $5. He said, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing. He said, "Oh, fuck it," and then he did a long wall of la 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 la. He's trying to get Justine to do unseemly things. And then at the end of the last show, he'd also sent one in, $5, said, a lot of good is happening here, but do you think Trump has considered? And then a whole bunch of L's. Thank you, man. I apologize. I don't know why they're not working, but I'll try to get it figured out. See if maybe PayPal is the problem. If you try a method other than PayPal, see if that comes through. Lord Breezy says, I still respect, but I have a theory of mine for the Europeans, so I know it is not useful right now. Right, yeah. Okay. There was another thing he said. Dan added this. Let me add this from the jump so there's no confusion. I started in this movement as a candidate during the Tea Party movement, and I began my political commentary career shortly thereafter. I helped build this movement, and I sure as hell am not going to let it get hijacked by a group of black pillars, life losers, grifters, and bums. We're a movement guided by truth. The essence of conservative ideology is the preservation of eternal truths. We are not the latest thing group. We are not political cannibals. I've watched quietly from the inside while doing the job I was hired to do, but I'm back now, and it's time to restore balance to the force. That one was for Gooey. See, here's what I mean. Thanks, Dan. Very cool. Yes, it's time to restore balance to the force. Sure, let's go with that one. That I get where you're coming from. All right, let's move on. As we get ready to make some announcements about the future of the show, I also want to warn the haters and the zeros. We've been at this a long time. We live for this stuff. This isn't our first, second, or 10th rodeo. We've seen a lot of dipshits come and go. We revel in making you angry enough to show your asses. It's glorious. We've got midterms coming up, and there's no time for bullshit. This administration is cooking, and real change simmers. If you're spending your entire day bitching and whining with 3/4 of the term still to go, then please find the exits. There's no time for it. It's not infighting because you're not part of any It's not infighting when you excise a cancer killing the host. It's outfighting because you're not part of any movement I'm familiar with. Looking forward to big things ahead. Can't wait to tell you about it. Dan. This would go so hard if I was on Social Security. Yeah, right. But, I mean, that's going to be a substantial amount of his audience. For a substantial amount of his audience who are just diehard Trump supporters, the ultimate truthers, this goes hard as hell. You got to have a theory. You talked about having a theory of mind of the Europeans. You got to have a theory of mind of the normie. Dan has been watching and you black pillar retards are on notice. Yes. What this also tells me is that he's preparing to come out and he's expecting to get in some fights. He's expecting a lot of pushback. And he's framing this in the context of the midterms. So whether he's doing this out of like a premeditated operation, or if he's doing this because he wants to, because he's leaving the FBI, but also he's doing this because he wants to. Like, either way, he's coming out to start trusting like hell. Oh, imagine if Dan runs appeal to pragmatism. So we've got Fraser Payne is JD Vance, and Dan Bongino is appeal to pragmatism. I'm believing this now. Gregory Hines RoboCop.
Test. The 2-year-old shoved a bunch of broccoli up her nose at dinner while the rest of the family prayed.
That sounds like a very 2-year-old thing to do. Prayers for the 2-year-old. Hopefully you're able to extract the broccoli from the 2-year-old's nose. Kate says Dan is fully aware of all the bitching and whining everyone's been doing against Pam Bondi and Kash Patel about how things aren't moving fast or aggressive enough, and he's ready to go to battle. I think this also it's worth remembering. Part of the notion of them having their own propagandists is many of these battles that they need to win are battles of political reputation. In many cases, it's going to be easier to move public opinion to force things to happen than it will be to go through the formal routes to make them happen. You see this with someone like Tim Walz. They've been investigating there for months now. They've been arresting and prosecuting people for stuff going on in Minnesota for months now. But then a YouTube influencer goes and investigates it, turns it into a huge viral issue, and now he's stepping down. And everyone will focus on, it's actually just putting Amy Klobuchar, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yes, your enemies get a vote too. When you do a thing, they're going to do a counter thing. I think part of the reason why Luongo is so good at this is because of his board game background. He recognizes that this is not like, we need to do the one fix everything thing all in one fell swoop, so then we don't have to do anything anymore. You're just a lame duck conservative. They're like, we just need to make the legislation. Just make the thing law. Do it the official formal way. And then everyone will just agree with it and accept it, and we can all live happily ever after. This is why everyone's like, these same people are all jazzed out about Congress. Oh, Congress is not doing their job. Congress isn't approving. Congress matters to the extent that we want them doing as little as possible. We would rather have the errors of doing nothing than the errors of doing bad things. We want to minimize the errors of doing bad things. And if that means that for a period of time, we have to accept the errors of doing nothing, we will accept those because those we can work with. Coming out ready to fight.
Oh yeah, I'm coming out.
Oh no.
I'm ready for a fight against conservatives. Hell yeah, baby. Drew nigger. Propaganda would be easy if they paid us 10% of the money the leftoids are getting now. Punch, counterpunch. Gotta actually hit back.
Oh yeah. And we've hit back. Nicolas Maduro got arrested and exfilled. And he's being prosecuted. We hit back. Tim Walz is now stepping down. Tim Walz is stepping down because They rallied public opinion against him and highlighted the scandals so much that they ended the viability of him in his current political trajectory. They're moving around us now. If you think there's some sort of like extinguish all my enemies button that you can just push, you're thinking like a conservative. Oh, but the Constitution says what it says to the extent that you can use it effectively. Here's a couple of the dumbest takes. First one from Vineland. I don't know how I was following this person, but this is a legendary display of autism. If you voted for Trump and his administration conducted some action or move that was blocked by some blatantly illegal order by an activist judge, and the Trump admin obeyed but appealed, and after 3 months' time finally got the issue sorted so they could proceed unimpeded, you, the voter, had 1/16. 3 months is 1/16 of a 4-year term, of your vote's value, your sovereign franchise, annihilated by that judge, and the Trump administration's willingness to play by that judge's Calvin Ball rules. What? What? You know, I'd saved this because I was like, oh, that's really dumb. I'm going to talk about that. Then I didn't read it again. I didn't remember exactly what it said. I just remember that it was dumb and I was going to react to it as soon as I read it again. And I'm just like, when I try to press the like react to it button, my brain just goes blank. What in the fuck are you talking about, man? Rethuglican, what's up, buddy?
I'm back, bitches. Why you switch the tips link from Streamlabs to Ko-fi? Also, you should try to get Academic Agent's brother on to talk about beheading an animal and putting it on the neighbor's front porch.
Well, if you guys hadn't heard about that before, you have now. Yeah, that's a thing, apparently. I don't know. You know, I'm not like trying to fight with AA directly, but somebody put it in front of me, and I was like, oh, okay. So this is like Richard Hanania 2.0? Why does this keep happening? Maybe there's just certain people that their takes on the world, they reach a point where they're just not that valuable anymore. Like, I'm not trying to say that Academic Agent isn't a smart guy or he hasn't like produced valuable, entertaining, educational, informative content to the internet. I've consumed a lot of it. But talk about calling out just completely. And I think there's plenty of reasons for it, and I've talked about it, and Jason's talked about it, and I'm not trying to revive those. But Rethuglican's dragging me into this here. So it just, yeah, apparently that is a thing, supposedly, that his brother beheaded a sheep and like beheaded it and skinned it and put it on the front porch or something. Like, so you guys can go run that down if you want to. For this tweet here, just what's the prospect here? Are you saying that this is a legal strategy that you want to pursue? You want to like sue the administration for depriving you of 1/16 of the value of your vote? I don't know where. Is this supposed to be just like a novelty? Like you just thought of an interesting novel thing to say? He says one federal judge can evaporate 6.25% of the value of a majority of the country's sovereign franchise with one stroke of his pen as many times as he likes. I don't think the founders intended this. Yeah, no, like, the idea is not to have, like, a rogue judiciary that can just rule through fiat. I think everyone's agreed on that. I don't think there's anybody at all worth mentioning who thinks, oh yeah, no, actually the judges should just arbitrarily rule by fiat. You know, illegal alien, fast track to district court judge in a few years, no problem. There's nobody who thinks that should be the case. But there's like a substantial process that you have to go through to actually effectuate that. Because of the nature of the system. I don't know how to say this in any other way. There are rules to the game. And you play the game by its rules. The next time another one of these absurdly, preposterously retarded orders comes down, I think Trump should do what he was going to do anyway, arrest the judge, and have the question of his execution put to a popular referendum. This is Reddit tier stuff, man. Trump needs to arrest the judge and then post a Twitter poll saying, should we execute him? Like, yeah, it's funny. That'd be really funny to do. It's funny to picture that world. But this is not happening anytime soon. This is Marvel-brained. The dissident Reddit. Ooh! Jeff Accordion. The dissident Reddit. Yes, this is dissident right Reddit posting. If Trump isn't arresting judges and executing them, he's a traitor.
That's a good point. Think about your enemy's action being damage to your vote. How much are damaging their vote? Well, not a lot more than it currently is. Since their vote is discounted by losing by almost 100%. I'm down for executing judges, maybe 2028.
I'm totally down for executing judges too. But like, if you're living in a hole, you think that there is some way by which the executing judges thing happens in the near future. But if you've met another human being, if you've actually gone out and talked to people around the country, you will realize that this is a political non-starter right now. There's stuff that we need to do now to ensure that we get to the point where that's a possibility. And being like, no, I'm not going to do anything except shit talk from the sidelines, and I'm just going to rip cord out of this if you aren't going to start hanging judges after they lose a Twitter poll this year. But there's like smart people who I've respected who are talking in these sorts of terms. Why? What has taken over? This is a bizarre mind virus. Christian Hines says, blackpilling represents a desire to stand outside the flow of history while still reveling in predicting it. This was one of those like mind blown emoji, like exploding head emoji moments for me when I read this. Yeah. They want to stand outside the flow of history, but still revel in predicting it. No skin in the game, no consequences, no just a role that is restricted purely to commentary with no accountability for the directional accuracy or success of that commentary. It's just this gay nihilistic detachment. But history doesn't just preform itself. Yes, history is not determined. We're not sitting here watching history just flow past us on its own completely, already predetermined somewhere. Maybe this is like a derivation of simulation theory or something. This is like simulation theory impacting people's brains. Oh, it's all predetermined. I already know how this is going to end. I had a vision that the Jews win at the end, so now I'm just going to do this like detached commentary thing and call my shot all the way down. Literally never being right ever. Saying nothing can be done is not actually a neutral observation. It is a political act. Or rather, a political abdication. It's both. I would say it's both of these things. It is a political abdication, which is itself a political act. When you say nothing can be done, when you say we aren't going to vote our way out of this, you're telling people to detach from it. You're trying to will that into reality. You are engaged in the process. You're just engaged in the process on the wrong side. Abdicating doesn't prevent decisions from being made. It just ensures that someone else is going to make them. Alongside its twin, accelerationism, it's basically the slave morality of politics. Yes, accelerationism and blackpilling and nothing's going to happen posting is brown-coded. Tyler says Tolkien warned of this. Saruman was a Redditor who blackpilled too hard and got mogged by Sauron through the orb he was pondering. That's such a good sentence. Slendymuck says, just like saying I don't have a worldview is itself proof you have one. That is a worldview. Jeff Accordion says, did you just use argumentation ethics against libertarianism? We can get down in all sorts of ways here in the Labian chat. Lord Breezy says, the Brown cannot move history, so if you believe nothing can happen, you belong with the Browns over there. So true! So true, Lord Breezy. Let's see if I got this one put in here right. I might need to edit it. I don't remember, but I'm just going to play it.
What, are you retarded? So I know you're not retarded, but what are you, Down syndrome?
Okay, it's edited perfectly. Oh,
what, are you retarded?
Man. Whoops.
So
Again!
I know you're not retarded, but what are you, Down syndrome?
Oh, man. That's fun.
What a fag.
Here's a banger meme for you. Okay, Doomer. Black pillars keep moving. This is a white pillars neighborhood. So true. So true. As an example, here is... So it's funny having this conversation so many years ago with libertarians and now having the same conversation with like Hitler appreciators. There's a difference between this is how things should be and this is how things are. It's this funny little thing called is ought. And you can't get these two mixed up. How things should be and how things are. So how things should be is traitorous judges get executed after losing Twitter polls. That's how things should be. Yes. That is not how things are. Additionally, it should be that we can just take literally every illegal person and remove them from the country wholly and entirely immediately. It should be that way, but it's not. That is not how it is. It ought to be that way. It's not how it is. And so just because you recognize a problem, that doesn't mean that just instantly obliterating that problem as quickly as possible through the most direct pathway is the best way of solving that problem without introducing other problems. Solving problems involves solving problems the right way. Here's an example. Do you realize how insane this is? The United States Postal Service, a federal agency, banned foreign nationals from hauling mail freight. Within days, they reversed because the entire system nearly collapsed. They claimed they didn't realize the magnitude of how many non-domiciled truck drivers were actually moving USPS freight. Here are a few of the truck drivers who've been placed out of service because they...
Browns have a methodology for taking over places with biomass and complaints. It was working for the last few years, but know that there is a white way to do it. Invent new things and attack hard and fast. I'm not white-pilled, I'm white-pilled. Hulk Hogan.
I think I'm not white-pilled, I'm white-pilled. Yes. There is a white way to take it over. And we're watching it happen, honestly. Here are a few of the truck drivers who have been placed out of service because they couldn't read or speak English. You ought not to wonder why your mail is late. So, USPS tried to ban immigrant truck drivers, and it went horribly. Here's all the different LLCs, Corps, all these companies that are all shipping companies contracted by the Postal Service. So they tried to just ban all of them at once. And what happened was all of a sudden, oh shit, everyone's mail is late. There's nobody to haul the mail. You can't introduce a massive problem in the pursuit of trying to solve another one. If you suddenly crash the mail delivery economy and people can't get their mail, you're going to get a mass chimp out in a bad way very, very quickly. Same thing goes for like the housing market. There's like this perception that Donald Trump was elected so that he would crash the housing market. Nobody voted for Donald Trump to crash the housing market. You may have voted for Donald Trump because you wanted housing to become more affordable, but that's not the same thing as crashing the housing market. So just the same here. If the problem is we've got way too many foreign nationals hauling mail freight, the answer is not fire all the people who are hauling mail freight. The answer is replace the people who are hauling mail freight who shouldn't be with people who should be. That takes time. So in this case, the administration actually did like massive big move first, and then they're forced to pull back because they can't sustain it. You don't want them to extend beyond the capacity that they have to continue to sustain it. This is an example there. Saying this is not saying foreign nationals should be delivering mail. It's saying that the process of removing the rot of foreign nationals delivering mail is going to take time to effectuate. And if this is something that's very near and dear to your heart, go start a fucking trucking company and take over for a foreign national delivering mail. There's like 500 million of these little things happening all over the place right now. Straight Buster said earlier in the chat that he's not afraid of the administration letting down the base. He's afraid of the base letting down the administration. That's very well said. Because in order for the things that the administration is doing to take effect, people need to start acting as if they're going to take effect. That is how they take effect. Not buying into what they're doing is working against what they're doing. Donald Trump is not ideological, and if you're trying to view him through an ideological lens, you're going to get it wrong every single time. We're returning to a world of pure power politics, and you need to look at these different things through the lens of pure power politics. Not beholden to a particular ideological inclination. I was having this conversation with a friend last night talking about the subject of our favorite Middle Eastern democracy. It's a strategically significant reason. And it would be a strategically significant, it's a strategically significant region, and it would be a strategically significant region even without all of the extra baggage associated with it. And also, it doesn't matter why it's strategically significant, it is strategically significant. And if you start from the premise of that particular geographic location is strategically significant, and you add on the premise that wholly withdrawing from that region is not an option for electoral reasons, for even if the reason is Trump would die if he tried to fully withdraw from the region. That's a pretty good reason to not fully withdraw from the region. Saying, oh, well, he's only doing it because he'd get killed otherwise. That's a pretty good reason to do it. But even leaving aside all of that, looking at where it is strategically with respect to China, Russia, and Europe, and Africa, It is strategically significant, and you've got to differentiate Israel, the geographic region, from Israel, the current reigning, governing coalition. These are separate things. And so when you see the Trump administration doing things to protect American interests in Israel, the geographic region, you can't conflate those with the administration doing things to protect American interests for Israel, the government. Some fall into one category, some fall into the other, some fall into both. But it's like the standard has become, there should be zero involvement whatsoever. There shouldn't even be an American there. And if there is an American there, then we shouldn't do anything about it. Like, that's the one exception where American businesses should not be protected overseas. American citizens should not be protected overseas. Or something. So every time I have this conversation with people, they're like, well, yeah, but he does stuff there. Yeah, he talks about it. Yeah, and? He does stuff all over the place, and he talks about stuff all over the place. And he's dealing with a Congress that's drastically overrepresented by their desire to be involved there. So, of course, there's going to be activity there. Simply pointing to activity happening in Israel, or that Israel is connected to, or that Israel tries to attach itself to, is not making some great observation. Yeah, a strategically significant part of the world that's governed by an insane, neurotic bunch of weirdos who want to attach themselves and they've got main character syndrome. They want to be involved in everything. So you're going to find representation of them everywhere. And they happen to be attached to a thing that is strategically significant, so you can't just not be involved at all. You can't just pretend they don't exist. Every one of these conversations always comes back to, well, they send them money. Oh, they talk about it. Oh, he talks to Netanyahu. We're like living in some weird world where the standard should be that no dollars are there, no American assets are there, no American citizens are there, no American businesses are there. And I'm just like, how do you expect to even bring about this sort of a reality? How do you expect to effectuate this? Are you gonna ban Americans from going to Israel? Are you gonna ban America from having strategic interests in a geopolitically significant part of the world? What if you eliminated the population of Israel that's currently there and put a different population in? Then is it okay for America to have interests there or something? Yeah, don't destroy Israel, colonize it. That's one skirmish in the midst of a whole bunch of other ones. And the Israeli government is psychotic. But America having interests in Israel and wanting to maintain some sort of a political stasis there, not just in Israel, but in the Levant more broadly speaking, is not equivalent to them like being beholden to the whims of the Israeli government. They're very obviously not. When was the last time you saw a president straight up cuss out a foreign government on TV? Where is it?
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That was directed at Israel. But now we're back to like the autism, where people don't understand the diplomatic significance of these sorts of things. And that's not the only one. There's been so many of them. So there's a combination of there are deep vested interests there that force the administration to be involved in ways they don't want to be. There's also a package of reasons why they do want to be involved in there for geopolitical strategic reasons, given oil pipelines and it being a corridor for shipping and all these other sorts of things. Sometimes those intersect, but it's one skirmish in the midst of a whole bunch of other ones. There's a thought here from, where's my mouse? Thought here from Alaric the Barbarian. He said, if neoconservatism was a way to channel right-wing ideals into toothless support for capital via intervention and immigration, whatever's coming out of the right wing now is a way to channel right-wing aesthetics into toothless support for leftist morality. Now, it's interesting because I think that there is a way in which this is true in different ways for different segments of what you might call the supposed right wing. My suspicion is that what he's getting at here is he's talking about things like Tucker having Ian Carroll on, and the extent to which you're getting like a lot of Brown Fingers posted this. There's a lot of that, the Groyper thing overlapping very heavily with just straight up like brown communism. That's kind of largely what he's getting at. But I think on a deeper level, if you understand libertarianism as properly as leftist morality itself, then this is true even on a deeper level, even beyond those more, I'd say more like surface level things. This is true on an even deeper level. He says prison reform, but racistly. Supporting third world immigration, but anti-Semitically. Voting for Democrats, but fascistly. And I would say something like anti-colonial, but racistly would also go in there. Or anti-imperial, but racistly. Anti-imperialism is a leftist perspective. It's a leftist political morality. If you are anti-imperial with respect to the American empire, while you are an American, you are a leftist politically. Now, maybe you just decide to embrace that. Okay, great. Well, I am not a leftist politically. So we are political opponents within our political spectrum. It's the same rhetorical strategy as you must support Latino immigration for Christian family values, except deployed by even dumber people. Yeah, anti-Zog, but anti-colonially. Yes, that's exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about. However, contra sum on here, I think it's mostly organic. This I do agree with. I do think that this is mostly organic. I think it's emerged organically, and then there are people trying to capture it and direct it in different directions. But I do think that it is a mostly organic, like emergent phenomenon. Right-flavored support for left moralism gives both the thrill of transgression and the comfort of not actually saying anything transgressive. The red-brown alliance is even more addictive than beautiful loserdom. Saying the United States is owned by Israel, saying that Trump is owned by Israel, is not politically transgressive anymore. Coming out ready to fight.
If they great replaced Israel, that would be the sweetest karmic justice ever devised.
Yes!
Yes, that should be done. I'd have the biggest power boner, and have to go to the hospital. Anti-imperialism is Beat Carlisle. Commies cribbed it from reactionaries.
I think we could go down a rabbit hole with that latter part. I think it's true to a certain extent, but on another level, I think that there is, I think anti-imperial, I don't want to run down this rabbit hole for as long as it's going to take. I think that, I'll just say that the definition of imperial is what I would be thinking about. What is the nature of empire when you're looking at that? Then I've got to go back and retrospectively, contextualize some of the things I've already said, and I'm like a third of the way through the tabs. So we'll save that for another time. You can have an empire without being a globalist. Yeah, that's true. Kaiser von Lohengram, Patriot Spotted, he said, get with the times. It's just BIPOC, queer-free, multicultural, national socialism. Anyways, I'm going to go shill for Gavin Newsom because he's so hot and Aryan. So here's the part where I said that, from the title, where I said I was right about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes. So Max Nordau, who's a lol cow, but I'm just using him as the source here. He says, it's great that Fuentes is reversing all of the beliefs that he relentlessly promoted for 5 years, but it certainly raises the question of what he really believes. Nothing. I don't think that this is an accurate representation of what he's saying here. But let's see what Nick says. So he said, times like these really show you how stark the differences are between a reactionary America First nationalist movement and these left-wing anti-American turd worldists. There was a moment when there was some apparent overlap, but now you see what's really going on. Many of these people don't even live in America and are basically anti-colonialist America haters who do not want our country to succeed and actually want us to get in line. So true. Remember what I said when I first started talking more regularly about Nick, maybe, I don't know, was it 6 months ago, 8-9 months ago, something like that? One of the things I said was that he was going to be making a turn soon. And that as part of that turn, he was going to wind up pissing off a substantial portion of his base and was going to become much more, rhetorically at least, much more Jew-friendly. We'll just say it that way. Yes, I was right. He says, I don't like that a Jewish oligarchy has taken control of America and used America to fight its wars, but that is because I like America and want America to be powerful and independent, not because I'm a hippie who thinks that America is the great Satan, and if we would just get out of the way, the UN could outlaw war. This was the exact same thing. This is exactly what I was thinking of, that this is what was going to happen. He was going to be like, all right, people, you're getting a little carried away with this obsession about the Jews all the time in every possible way. And it's going to be framed as him being Jewish sympathetic. It's obviously not. But this is like a nuance that's just a little too much for some people. Where you can say, yes, there is a Jewish oligarchy that is, I would say, influential on America. And has been party to the effort to use America to fight wars that it had interests in. Because I think that's the more accurate way. It's not a Jewish oligarchy that has taken control of America and used America to fight its wars. It's a Jewish oligarchy that is a subset of a larger oligarchy that has taken control of America and used America to fight its wars that the Jews had interests in. Others had interest in those wars as well, and others had an interest in taking control of America and using it for those purposes that were not necessarily the same one-to-one with the Jews. But if this realization, if your anti-Jewness turns you into a hippie who thinks that America is the great Satan, and if we could just get out of the way, the UN could outlaw war, then you are brown. Spiritually. I watched an interview with the Jew Jeffrey Sachs recently, who is glazed by Napolitano and Tucker constantly. The guy is a literally shaking liberal chudjack, seething about Trump and celebrating how the 500-year cycle of European domination is coming to an end and how all of humanity can thrive without white violence. These are the non-interventionists and libertarians and other elements that we are dealing with. And by the way, they all hate anti-Semites and Nazis and white nationalists. But they're finding common cause with anti-Semites and Nazis and white nationalists. And it just turns out that the people who choose to make these categories their entire personality are just slipping directly into a foxhole with those types. He said, take the oil, the Western Hemisphere is ours. You might call it the American Hemisphere. And this is presented as he's tweeting USA with an American flag the same day that Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, congratulations, President Trump, for your bold and historic leadership on behalf of freedom and justice. I salute your decisive resolve and the brilliant action of your brave soldiers. Like, do you see how transparent this is? Literally, all they have to do is slide themselves up next to Trump and say, hey, Trump, you're great, you're awesome, you're doing all the most wonderful things ever. I'm so happy about every single thing you're doing. And in so doing, they are attacking Trump's base. And Trump's base will, not all of Trump's base, fortunately, but a substantial portion of his base, a loud vocal minority of his base, will just slurp it right up. Just hook, line, and sinker. Cowboy Online here, Libtard Mass Grave, great name, Said the ratio seems to imply that the Groyper third worldist hive mind has settled on brown people are good because they hashtag resist Zog, and white people are bad because they enable it, and it may be too late for him to course correct. This is exactly what I was expecting was going to happen. I said this months ago. I got to take my own little victory lap here. I said this months ago, that Nick was going to start being attacked by his audience, because you see, look at the ratio here. The thumbs down compared to the other reactions on that message. Same here. Lots of people in his Telegram chat are real unhappy with him deciding that, wait a second, maybe making my entire personality and interpreting every single political event I ever see through how does this benefit the Jews is not productive. I said they were going to turn on him. He'll keep stringing them along for a while. Contrast that with this. Now, I've said that I think this guy is a meme candidate, but I'll call balls and strikes here. Yeah, I'm a nice moderate centrist, just like Jason Calacanis. I will call balls and strikes honestly. There are ways that meme candidates can be very productive and useful. And this is a good one. James Fishback. CNN tells him that with Venezuela, we are not judge, jury, and executioner.
Okay, we are not judge, jury, and executioner.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. Shout out to Frontierism, one of our boys, propaganda machine, Heritage American, working for producing propaganda for a political campaign. Look at that. Ron Isaac says, dude, the edits. This is how people will become hyper-America first. Yes. Yes. Compare this. Compare this response. Let's start with the premise. Do we share the premise that we want Trump to do things like arrest federal judges? Like deport tens of millions of people? Arrest prominent corrupt politicians? If we share that premise, then which sort of reaction to this whole Venezuela thing do you think gets us closer to that? Is it going out and being like, no, actually, yes, we are judge, jury, and executioner of Venezuela. Yes, we are going to act in an authoritarian manner with respect to our interests. We are going to govern our own hemisphere unilaterally. We are going to flex our military might and expertise to cow the rest of the world. How do you think reacting to the Venezuela thing with Trump's just doing this for the Jews, and they're Netanyahu's got him by the balls again, and regime change, and I'm going to die in the jungles of Venezuela. How do you think that promotes your goals? Your stated goals? It doesn't. You're working against your own interests. You're working against my interests. If you were just working against your own, then I'd be like, whatever, what a retard.
The Guinness Book of fucking retards.
But now you're working against my interests. You're working against the interests of my family. You're working against the interests of my people. No, we're in the Trump cult, boys. The DT cult.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
Here's another great retard take from maybe a slightly different direction. Let's talk about this international law subject that everybody is discussing. So this tranny here said, by not punishing Trump for invading and bombing Venezuela, it would now be legal to invade whatever country you want and capture its leader. I assume that could be done to the United States too. You know, see, this was the problem. The problem was that it was we need to make sure that it's illegal to kidnap the president of the United States. Otherwise, it might happen. It was illegal to invade and bomb Venezuela. The United States must be punished. By who? Who's going to punish the United States? Who else has B-2s? Who else has Delta Force? No, you're not going to punish the United States. The United States is the one who punishes. We are international law, motherfuckers. There is no such thing as international law because there's nobody to enforce it. Plenty of countries would kidnap our president in a heartbeat if they could. International law isn't what's stopping them. International law is just power. That's all it is. Libertarians are uniquely incapable of making this observation. They tie themselves into all sorts of knots to avoid it. Fisher King says international law is a fiction. There is no central authority to enforce it, which gives law legitimacy. In reality, it's a way to talk about diplomacy. It's used as a tool to stake out moral high ground when convenient, otherwise ignored. The U.S. has demonstrated this repeatedly. This is from August of 2023. When you appeal to law, you are appealing to an authority to enforce that law. You can talk about law in the abstract sense all you want. But when you're talking in the actual world of power politics, might makes rights. Full stop. He says, to the extent that people think it's real, it's a hindrance. People obsessed that borders never changed since 1945 or some treaty was established and call this law often really believe this in their historical ignorance. And it prevents them from working out conflicts, like Ukraine. The strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. Now, he just signal boosted this yesterday while everyone was talking about it. He said, international law doesn't exist. All law doesn't exist without a central authority to enforce it. People who talk about international law are making moral and legal claims because they're weak. And Bob Murphy. I like Bob Murphy. But we have discovered where Bob Murphy is out of his depth. He says this is a category error. If he had used the more common might makes right, perhaps he would have paused. No, he's leaning into that. He's stating that explicitly because it's an obvious truth. It is an obvious truth that in this context where you're saying what sort of thing is going to be enforced and you're calling that right, might is the thing that decides that. He says rules don't derive their legitimacy from enforcement. If a guy takes 5 steps in a street basketball game and the other team says traveling, he can't say, I don't see no ref. Of course he can. Of course he could say, I don't see no ref. Count it. Let's go. And then what are you going to do? You're going to have a battle to see who can most effectively exercise might. That's exact. If I'm playing basketball with a bunch of my buddies and someone says, you traveled, and I say, no, I didn't. If we hadn't created a pre-existing arrangement talking about how this is going to be delineated, nothing you can do about it. And here's the thing. Even if we had created that, there still would be nothing you could do about it if someone who is sufficiently full of might can say, you're not enforcing that. I don't care. He says if a serial killer in Philly never gets caught, he still broke the law. Well, now we're equivocating. Yes, he did break the law. But we're not talking in the abstract. We're not talking theoretically here with respect to international law. When someone's saying they violated international law, this is an implicit claim that somebody needs to punish this violation of international law. But that international law doesn't exist unless it's punished. And then it only exists at the behest of the person doing the punishing. The Sky Dorito is international law. That is international law. The United States enforces international law. This is just a political reality. There's nothing you could do to get around it. Fisher King said it's not a category error, it's just a description of human reality. Again with the is-ought claims here. Isn't it fascinating? The libertarians just get all tied up in knots by is-ought fallacies. Comparing international law to a basketball game is dumb because the rules don't change in basketball. Well, I mean, the rules do change in basketball, but international law is just politics with constantly changing rules. And then some people try to claim the moral high ground in a cynical way. International law, appealing to international law, is a way to try to fight a war without fighting the war. It's a threat. And that threat is either hollow or not. When you say that's a violation of international law, you're making a claim that someone must impose upon you to restrict what you're doing or punish you for what you did. And you might be saying, I am going to do that. I am going to punish you for your violation of international law. But if nobody can punish them, then the law doesn't exist in practical terms. You could say, well, lots of people think this. There was conversations that were had about this in the past. But it doesn't. This is the Mott and Bailey here, where you're saying, well, they did break the law because they broke this thing that I wrote down that a lot of people agree with, and we call it a law. They broke that. Okay. But you're substituting that for, therefore, they must have this done to them. Okay. These aren't the same thing. International law only exists at the behest of those who can enforce it. I got a great post here on this subject from Infantry Dort. Let's get a little chud appreciating in here. The invoice of power. For all the crying haters of U.S. power projection, you mistake American peace for a donation. Peace is not mailed out like aid packages, it's underwritten. By carriers you don't build, by logistics you don't maintain, by men and women you didn't raise, and by a debt of blood you never agreed to pay. You mortgaged your future and outsourced your security. Now you project morality instead of power and call it sovereignty. You cry foul when America decides the bill is due. When we choose to remove a parasite like Nicolas Maduro from the bloodstream of a hemisphere we've kept stable for generations. You say it's illegitimate, unfair, and that it violates norms. Norms are written by those who can enforce them. I'm reminded of the Foundation series, the Isaac Asimov-inspired Foundation series. What do they say at Trantor, the capital of the empire? Respect and enjoy the peace. One of the coolest frickin' lines in any sci-fi that I've ever seen. Said by a totalitarian, authoritarian emperor, calls himself empire. Respect and enjoy the peace. Don't just enjoy it, you're going to respect it. This is the sickness of the post-war world, a civilization feminized by safety it did not earn, mistaking feelings for force and outrage for deterrence. You boo and hiss about sovereignty while cheering mass migration, institutional decay, and the slow-motion rape of the West. Your moral vocabulary is loud. Your martial vocabulary is empty. So understand this clearly. If you disagree, do something about it. Because your boos mean nothing to a nation that has seen what you applaud. This is a mask-off moment. You don't have to respect America. Fear will suffice. We're not cruel, merely structural. Gravity does not apologize to the weak for pulling them down. Fire does not explain itself to straw. America is strong, you are not. That's not personal, that's simply the way of doing things. Power is the rent you pay to exist unmolested in a violent world. If you refuse to pay it, don't be shocked when the landlord shows up. I sometimes blackpill too hard, but lately, I'm starting to see America might not be in total decline, just hitting puberty. So yeah, it's about to get weird, but we aren't going anywhere. For the soft among you out there, I guess you're just going to have to deal. Who's been saying this? The American empire has barely even begun to take shape. America is on the upswing. And I think that's where this stuff really, this is the big dividing line. If you believe that America is collapsing, then you have this fundamentally latent, Eurocentric, anti-American, libertarian, doomerist, accelerationist worldview. It's kind of formed of all of those factions together. If you believe that America is on the ascendancy, you're not going to fall for all that gay shit. We got stuff to do. Yeah, people are confusing gay with American empire. We're going to have an American empire. We're going to have the great American empire. And it's going to be actually American.
Here we go.
Magoo!
Money talk.
Alpha male alert!
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Black bagging Maduro is a good thing and I'm tired of acting like it's not. Total doom or death.
So true, Magoo. What a patriot. Thank you, friend. Absolutely. Let's see. Let's give you guys a little something. Let's give you a little something for this. How about this one?
I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber.
Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete.
You filthy Democrat!
I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him?
You know the Jew from Israel one? Okay, here we go.
Okay, Jew. Okay, you fucking Jew. Fucking Jew from Israel. Silence.
Yeah, Kate says Matt's been saying America is in its adolescent phase for 2 years now. That I have. It's good to see people catching up. Total Dominican death. Right, we're going to... All the doomers are getting exiled to the Dominican Republic. You want the Patrick Casey one? Here you go.
I've got bad news for you. You're Jewish.
Oh, yeah, if you recognize that America is on its upswing, you're not going to participate in all of that gay nihilism, all this dooming, all this blackpilling, all this hand-wringing about what they're going to do to us. Yeah, well, the Jews are happy about something, so I have to be sad. Fuck off. Let's do some Schmidt posting. The great Eric Schmidt, one of our great members of Congress, one of our absolute patriots.
For too long, the permanent Washington and the political class was so very concerned about the borders of countries halfway across the world and not our own, about sending foreign aid to countries while they shipped our jobs overseas and let our roads crumble. So you see a president now that's shifted the worldview to the Western Hemisphere, making sure that we're taking care of our own backyard. Venezuela, not that long ago, Jason, was sending literally prisoners, criminals to our country. They're sending drugs to our country. And now you have this tin-pot dictator now coming to the table, wanting to deal with President Trump because President Trump just did what he said he was going to do, right? We had these oil sanctions, and now they're being enforced. And so this is what happens when you have a president, this sort of Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, a real throwback to our American foreign policy that had been abandoned for too long by the elites in Washington, and now you're seeing real results. And by the way, it doesn't just matter in Venezuela. The other folks in Central and South America are paying attention too. They want to be friends with the United States. This opens up a lot of opportunities and helps thwart China's real move to have footholds in Central and South America as well.
The days of narco-terrorist thugs and tin-pot third-world dictators down south pushing us around is over. We are a superpower. This is our hemisphere, and we're going to start acting like it again. President Trump is taking back control. And I propose from this day forward that we don't talk about the Western Hemisphere. We talk about the American hemisphere. Everyone else can fight over the other one, decide what they're going to call it. This one, this is the American hemisphere. John Harwood, I don't know who this guy is, but he's showing up more and more lately, and it's just some of the faggiest posts you'll ever see. Our hemisphere. Eric Schmidt says, yes, did I stutter? Picture of Monroe himself. We got the best Schmidts, don't we, folks? Yes, sir. Stephen Miller, Gigajew time, boys. Let's go. Not long after World War I, the West dissolved its empires and colonies and began sending colossal sums of taxpayer-funded aid to these former territories, despite having already made them far wealthier and more successful. The West opened its borders, a kind of reverse colonization, providing welfare and thus remittances, while extending to these newcomers and their families not only the full franchise, but preferential legal and financial treatment over the native citizenry. The neoliberal experiment at its core has been a long self-punishment of the places and peoples that built the modern world. That's my Gigajew. Right there. We have got the greatest Gigajew. This is rhetoric that I never could have imagined we'd be getting this from the administration. Not just some random person in the administration, but one of the most influential people in the administration. I'm going to read you guys a little bit here about how Stephen Miller may be the one who is given priority governorship over Venezuela. If you properly recognize that the current state of America is that we have basically just been opened up from the inside and had our guts just spread out throughout the rest of the world. We have been hollowed out. If that's the problem, there's two things that need to happen. The stuff that should not be here needs to go back. The stuff that should be here needs to come back. Both of these need to happen concurrently. If America has been globalized and you want America to be nationalized, that means you have to go out into the globe and pull back the things that belong to America. This is why there's no difference between foreign policy and domestic policy. These are not two separate domains. It's one domain. And if you want America to bring back all of the stuff that belongs to America and to push out all of the stuff that does not belong to America or that should not be in America, you want an America that is feared, that is powerful, that is capable of operating like a sovereign state no matter what the domain. Because all actions toward that end develop that inevitability. So unilaterally enforcing our will on a nation like Venezuela, directly pursuant to everything that we said was going to happen, is a way of amassing the authority and the stickiness. The stickiness of the policy to make it stick when we do these things at home. They made the imperial presidency. Now we're going to use it to our advantage. You can't focus on single battles and miss the entire war that's happening. Here is some more Gigajew with fake slapper, snake fapper. That's CNN fag. This one is an all-timer.
First of all of Venezuela experts agree, that it would be absurd and preposterous for us to suddenly fly her into the country and to put her in charge. And the military would follow her, and the security forces would follow her. This is not even a serious question. So should there be?
He's talking about Machado. So this was the as soon as it became evident. So first of all, it's like, oh, they're attacking Venezuela. Oh, I'm going to die in the jungles of Venezuela. And then as soon as it ends, and it was revealed to be an extraordinary success, a paradigm redefining success, there was an immediate ready-made fallback position. which is, oh, we're just going to install Netanyahu's friend. They all did this. They just did this for like the EU Davos Rothschild crowd. That's the reason that they did this. They're just installing her in there. This is just taken for granted. And Trump's like, yeah, no. Nope, she doesn't got it. Stephen Miller here, who is one of the most influential people on this front, is like, are you serious? Utterly preposterous. He is shitting all over the notion. I'll have a little bit more about the background of all of this after this video.
Be an election.
Let me, if you give me the floor for 30 seconds, let me tell you what we are doing here, Jake. The United States, this is sort of foundational. The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower. It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us, to hoard weapons from our adversaries, to be able to be positioned as an asset against the United States rather than on behalf of the United States.
There's one frame on it. So you're very upset that all of these jobs have been taken away from America and outsourced to all these other countries. We need to disentangle all of that and bring them back here. So that means that we need to politically and diplomatically and militarily corner these other actors to create the circumstances whereby we can make that a political possibility. So if we have a nation that's directly in our backyard, that is contributing directly to these nations, that are enabling them to withstand negotiations, that's a problem. So leveraging China on this front is absolutely correspondent with the rest of the project of reindustrializing America. Establishing America as the global market that controls every other market dynamic.
Sovereign countries should be able to do what they want to do.
The Monroe Doctrine and the Trump Doctrine is all about securing the national interests of America. For years, we sent our soldiers to die in deserts in the Middle East to try to build them parliaments, to try to build them democracies, to try to give them more oil, to try to give them more resources. The future of the free world, Jake, depends on America being able to assert ourselves and our interests without apology. This whole...
We are going to assert ourselves and our interests without apology. We are establishing this now. We are going to assert this without apology. You're not going to come into our backyard and take opportunities away from us and our people. We're going to take territory and we're going to extract the benefits of it for our people. We're not going to do the fake colonialism, imperialism thing. No. We are going to enforce, by sheer might and willpower, our will upon these regions for the sake of our own interests.
Period. That happened after World War II, where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging
I don't even
and
know
engaging these
honestly what you're talking
massive
about right
schemes.
now.
What I'm talking about, Jake, is the idea, and by the way, you do. I know you love doing that smarmy thing, Jake, and I was hoping to be better than that this time.
I asked you about if there should be an election.
Exactly.
I asked you if there would be an election in Venezuela. That's what I asked. I said, why was the president so quick to dismiss Machado? You answered that question.
The white man is
Tommy Rickson!
Leaving now for my trip to Wog Church. You gotta stay live for another hour and a half while I drive.
Thank you, man, for the $50. Yes, sir, I will be, I guarantee you I'm probably going to be live for at least another hour and a half. Thank you for the $50, man, and it's good to hear you going to the church. Let us know how it goes.
And then I said, the objective, Jake, is security and stability for the people of Venezuela. With our help and leadership, that country will become more prosperous than it has ever been in its whole history. Venezuelans
but the
will
woman
be
running Venezuela right now is part of the Maduro regime.
There will be conversations, Jake, about all of these guideposts along the way. The reason why I was giving you that speech, which I know you didn't want to hear, is because you're approaching this from the wrong frame. This neoliberal frame that the United States' job is to go around the world and demanding immediate elections be held everywhere, immediately, all the time, right away. To create these vacuums.
That's not what I think, but you invaded the country. We went into the country and we seized the leader of Venezuela.
Damn straight we did.
And I'm saying, so is the U.S. going to have...
Yes! Playing it again!
That's not what I think, but you invaded the country. We went into the country and we seized the leader of Venezuela.
Damn straight we did.
And I'm saying, so is the U.S. going to have new elections?
Jake, is that we're not going to let Tin pot communist dictators send rapists into our country, send drugs into our country, send weapons into our country.
Okay.
And we're not going to let a country fall into the hands of our adversaries. The future of Venezuela working with America is going to be so bright and so incredible and so positive, and we'll have a conversation about everything that you raised. But the priority right now, as the president has made clear, is a judicious, thoughtful, careful transition process to secure a great future for Venezuela and to secure a great future for America.
All right.
Let's just take a moment and just acknowledge, Jake, that what we've witnessed under President Trump's leadership this last week is one of the greatest foreign policy and military victories this country has ever had.
Oh, damn straight we did. You're damn straight we yoinked the man. And we're directly repudiating this whole fake and gay neoliberal bullshit. Oh, we gotta get to elections. No. You guys haven't had a real election in forever. You don't even have the capacity. You are literally the home base of election rigging. We're not going to have some sort of fake election while everything is all like up in the air and everything. Nope, we just zooped that guy out, installed his successor, and said, "You want to be next, bitch? Now you're going to play ball. And if you play ball, and we develop some trust, and we lay some groundwork here, we get a little bit of institutional inertia up and running in a different direction, then we can talk about having elections." How you could possibly construe... You have to be completely brain-rotted by breaking slop to see this as like neoconservative, like nation building. The administration is directly saying, no, we are not going to hold elections. We repudiate your neoliberal bullshit. Elections are not going to happen until we've stabilized the region. And we are going to be the ones that ensure that it is stable to our expectations. All these people who are so upset about immigration and election theft and all the drugs and all the violent criminals flooding into the country. Where do you think that's coming from? It's coming from the South. They're being run through the South. And knocking over Venezuela the way they did, while preventing it from becoming we're not going to like glass it and try to install a liberal democracy there or something. Even though if that was going to be, like, it would work better in Venezuela than it would have in Iraq, even if it's not going to work. At least there's some sort of a pretext for it there. The civic world of Venezuela is very different from the civic world of Iraq or Afghanistan. But knocking off Maduro sends an extremely strong message to Colombia, to Cuba, to Mexico. It wouldn't be possible to do this. Everyone's like, oh, well, I'm not going to believe it until he does a Shine bomb. Why is it that there's this relentless pressure to get Trump to do things before it's politically prudent to do them? It's almost like you want him to sabotage himself just so you can say I was right. You know what would be even better than doing that to Shine bomb? Putting the fear of God into Shine bomb such that you don't even need to do that, while still preserving the right to do it to her. And it's a lot easier to do it to Shine bomb now after having done it to Maduro. Yeah, just the relentless moving of goalposts. This is addressing the illegal immigration problem. How many fucking Venezuelans do you think are going to go back to Venezuela now? You want Venezuelans out? You got to have a Venezuela to send them to. Now you've got a Venezuela you can send them to. You got a Venezuela they may want to go to. We'll get to some more of that here in just a second, but I got another Gigajew clip from the same interview talking about Greenland. Isn't it funny now? We're having this conversation about Greenland. See what happens? Nobody said anything about Greenland. They went and they knocked off Maduro. And all of a sudden, all the Europeans are like, holy shit! You better not do that to Greenland. Weird. Wait, you mean that doing something to one leader in one country has ramifications for negotiating leverage with other countries? Oh, you're telling me this for the first time. Welcome to Power Politics 101. Get your number 2 pencil ready.
Let me go back a step. The president has been clear for months now, so I know you're treating this as breaking news. The president has been clear for months now that the United States should be the nation that has Greenland as part of our overall security apparatus.
Right, but your wife posted that like hours after the Venezuela operation. That's why it's newly relevant.
No, and I'll talk with you about it for an hour. I think it's a really important conversation. I just wanted to reset, Jake, by making clear that it has been the formal position of the U.S. government since the beginning of this administration, frankly, going back into the previous Trump administration, that Greenland should be part of the United States. The president has been very clear about that. That is the formal position of the U.S. government. Right,
but can you say that military action against Greenland is off the table?
What do you mean military action against Greenland? The Greenland has a population of 30,000 people, Jake. The real question is, by what right does Denmark assert control over Greenland? What is the basis of their territorial claim? What is their basis of having Greenland as a colony of Denmark?
What is the basis of their territorial claim? This is in our hemisphere. Why do you, not in our hemisphere, think that you have some sort of territorial claim to land in our hemisphere? How does that work? Explain that to me. Are you going to send the military after? They're fucking like 30,000 fucking like welfare recipients. Literally, that is what the government of Greenland is. It's a welfare recipient. We don't even need to use the military. This is small potato stuff.
The United States is the power of NATO. For the United States to secure the Arctic region, to protect and defend NATO and NATO interests, obviously Greenland should be part of the United States. And so that's a conversation that we're going to have as a country. That's a process we're going to have as a community of nations.
So you can't take it off the table that the U.S. would use military force to seize Greenland. You can't take it off the table.
Jake, I understand you're trying very hard to, which again, is your job. I respect it. It's great to get exactly the headline, right? That catchy headline.
I'm trying to get an answer to the question.
That says Miller refuses to rule out. The United States should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even think or talk about this in the context that you're asking of a military operation. Nobody's going to fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland. So
one last question.
Then go back.
Nobody's going to fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland. Oh, just a legend. God, how do you not love this man? He's making this very obvious. Denmark needs to justify their territorial claim to Greenland. And then we're going to compare their territorial claim to our territorial claim. And we happen to be of the opinion that our territorial claim supersedes your territorial claim. And we're happy to make a deal here. We're happy to come up with something that works for you so that you are happy relinquishing your territorial claim to Denmark, while recognizing that if you do want to play hardball, yes, we will forcibly take it from you because it is strategically important for our national security. And if you're trying to maintain some sort of outpost in our hemisphere, while everything around you is starting to get real bizarrely hostile to Western values, then yeah, we will take it by force. Isaac!
America and Denmark are both desperately pressing the fabricate claim button on their diplomats.
yeah, they are. Boo, 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 boo. But like ultimately the question is going to be, Denmark, is it worth turning the United States into an enemy to maintain your claim on Greenland? Is that something you want to do? If so, continue on the path that you're on. And we can come back and revisit this question each time something new happens. All right, we just knocked off Maduro. How are you feeling about that claim to Greenland? You want to have a conversation? No? Okay, we'll circle back. We got some work to do on Colombia and Mexico and Cuba. We'll come back and have the conversation again. Just so you know, each time we have to circle back and have this conversation, your leverage gets worse and worse. So you're backing yourself into a corner of weakness. Now here's one. Back to the Venezuela subject. I've got a few different Venezuela related clips here, and then some commentary. This guy The video here is he's speaking Spanish, but I've got the translation of it. This guy here.
Y le pido a todos que tengan fe. No sé dónde ir a salir, pero le pido a todos que tengan fe, que no se dejen llenar la cabeza de que los gringos solo quieren el petróleo, y los gringos solo quieren sus riquezas. O sea, y a esas personas les pregunto, ¿qué creen ellos que querían los rusos y los chinos durante tanto tiempo? ¿La receta de la arepa?
So he said, to those who say that the United States is only interested in our oil, I ask those people, what do you think the Russians and the Chinese wanted? The recipe for arepas? A rape recipe? What do you mean what do you mean a rape recipe? Yeah, I heard gringos and oil and time. Yeah, definitely heard gringos. And then there's this clip here talking about Venezuelans here in the United States. You know, all these people, what does knocking off Maduro do for Americans? We want to get Venezuelans out of our country. Why would they waste their time knocking off the tent pot dictator of Venezuela? Well, maybe because this.
These people from Venezuela, many of them have told me if this really works, we will go back to our country. We want to really rebuild our country and our nation after 26 years. We're all waiting for this moment. We were praying for this moment that something will happen in their countries sooner or later, because we have seen their struggles. They left their family, their
Yes, trust plans are. What's going to cook their brain is we're going to build their infrastructure and give them a large chunk of control over it. Loyal forever. That's exactly it. Many of them have told me if this really works, we will go back to our country. We want to really rebuild our country. We will. It's not we will, it's we will. We will. So Trump was asked, who's in charge of Venezuela right now? And it's really funny watching people try to grapple with this. After being mind raped by neoliberalism for a few generations, people are now trying to grapple with this new reality.
The next question is who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Have you spoken to the newly sworn in president there, Rodriguez? And what are your thoughts on the entire situation? You said the U.S. would run Venezuela.
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
Have you the next?
So it's kind of quiet. I don't know how well you guys could hear that, but he said, don't ask me who's in charge. I'll give you an answer that's very controversial. And she said, what does that mean? And he said, we're in charge. We are. We're not going to do these. We're not going to play these like games of just the right to vote. No. We're going to set this place up for success. We're in charge. This is an imperial province now. We have laid claim explicitly. We're not going to do this like informal, like navigating around behind the scenes, sort of manipulating things to try to like keep on the surface, pretend, oh yeah, it's just a sovereign nation choosing its own. No. This is a fucking narco state. This is a region with a particular system of government whereby the cartels and the actual formal government become the same thing. They have a symbiotic relationship with one another. So they just the cartel and the local government, these are like massive. I was listening to a podcast that described it as basically like big evil Amazons. These are massive logistics institutions that traffic in, you could say drugs, you call them narco state, but really it's just they specialize in trafficking things. They have a few industries. They traffic in commodities, they traffic in weapons, they traffic in people, they traffic in money, they traffic in arms, and more recently, they rig elections. And they do this in collaboration with rogue aspects of the American national security apparatus. To the point, and part of the nature of these organisms, which again, you think of like, they're like shipping, gigantic criminal shipping cartels. What does that sound like to you? Very merchant-like. It's like having a gigantic mercantile shipping apparatus take over control of a local region that's very resource-rich, so they can govern it and ship lots of things around. This is not a legitimate state, but it can be forced into a legitimate state if it's leaned on properly by a more powerful neighbor. So what is this? What are some of the implications here? This piece here from the Washington Post says that Rubio is too busy to run Venezuela, so they might give it to Stephen Miller. Washington Post, U.S. plan to run Venezuela, clouded in confusion. It's funny that that they're like, it's so confusing. What's going on? And the administration is like, we're running it. What does that mean? We're running it. Well, who's in control of it? We are. But I don't understand. Who's in charge? We are. But it's democracy and national sovereignty and no, we're in charge. In Washington and Caracas, the vision for administering Venezuela in the weeks and months ahead appears uncertain and stubbornly complex. The Trump administration's bold operation to capture strongman Nicolas Maduro from his home in Venezuela was a startling tactical success. But as the smoke clears in Caracas a day after President Donald Trump said triumphantly that the United States would now run Venezuela, the reality of how Washington will administer that country in the weeks and months ahead appears uncertain and stubbornly complex. Maduro's allies in Caracas are still in power, some defiantly haranguing about U.S. imperialism. The democratically elected opposition leaders are effectively exiled, bluntly sidelined by the Trump administration. See, the Trump administration is like, I don't even care if you were democratically elected. I'm sure they might believe that they were democratically elected. But they're like, can you actually stabilize the situation? Like, if we turn this over to you, are you actually going to be capable of effectuating political power there? Or is it just going to descend into the same thing again? This is not a neoconservative administration in the slightest. There are neoconservative influences in and around it, but the overall policy direction of the administration is not neoconservative in the slightest. And Washington continues to hint at more military action, not only against Venezuela, but other perceived enemies in the region, such as Cuba and Colombia. We are going to restructure all of Latin America on our own terms. Cuba's state news agency reported late Sunday that 32 Cuban security personnel were killed, quote, in direct combat with U.S. forces who seized Maduro. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a longtime hawk on Venezuela and now publicly the face of the Trump administration's policy there, bristled when asked repeatedly Sunday to explain how the U.S. would ensure control of Venezuela without resorting to the sort of invasion and nation building that led to quagmires in Iraq and Afghanistan. So it's fascinating. They're like, how are you going to ensure control of Venezuela without doing the same thing that led to those quagmires? We see that you're not doing the things that led to those quagmires. This is bizarre. How do you expect to maintain control of it if you don't do the exact same things that led to the quagmires in the past? What we are running is the direction that this is going to move forward. Is the direction that this is going to move moving forward, Rubio told George Slopadopoulos, adding that the U.S. would continue to apply pressure through restrictions on Venezuela's oil trade. The aim, Rubio said, would be to stop Venezuela from doing things that run contrary to U.S. interests. Do the drugs stop coming? Are the changes made? Is Iran expelled? Does the migration pattern stop? Rubio said. So in other words, we're going to give you the opportunity to maintain the existing structure, maintain the existing personnel. You can do that. Here's our list of demands. If you satisfy these demands, you can stay in place. We don't care who you are. If you don't satisfy these demands, or you can't satisfy these demands, then you'll be removed and replaced by someone who does. You are a satrapy. You are an imperial province now. Speaking on Air Force One on Sunday evening, Trump offered a different view. Quote, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections, Trump told reporters as he returned to Washington from Florida. The president also said that military action in Colombia sounded good to him and that he thought Cuba was ready to fall without U.S. intervention. So, we're going to set you on the straight and narrow. in a way that aligns with our priorities. And then we're going to give your people a chance to actually have an election, which we will oversee. And whomever they elect, we will ensure that they continue to collaborate with us in a way that will make sure it's beneficial for you. We're going to pay you for this. In a statement, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel said the 32 dead were members of the Cuban military and interior ministry, the first apparent confirmation of long-standing U.S. assertions that Cuba's communist government, which has received oil and other economic support from Venezuela, provided personal security for Maduro. More on this in just a little bit. The Cubans were the first reported non-U.S. casualties of the operation. Several U.S. personnel suffered non-life-threatening injuries, U.S. officials have said. It's not clear how the U.S. will manage the complex diplomacy in Venezuela on a practical level. Trump said Saturday that a working group of top advisors was deeply engaged in planning for Venezuela's future, but even those roles and responsibilities appear unclear. Rubio is personally focused on the program, but his expansive portfolio as both Secretary of State and National Security Advisor means he is unlikely to have the time to steer the day-to-day policy, multiple U.S. officials said. Having dismantled much of the U.S. foreign policy infrastructure since he came to power, Trump depends on a small number of trusted personnel and business associates to handle core issues such as his peace plan in Gaza, negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, and now Venezuela. I just got to ask, if you think that this is the exact same national security apparatus, it's the exact same military-industrial complex, then why has Trump gone about prioritizing dismantling much of the U.S. foreign policy infrastructure and maintaining a small number of trusted personnel and business associates that he depends on to handle core issues? It's a strange way to go about it if you're just doing the same old, same old. If you're just a tool of the same old interests. The National Security Council staff has been gutted, and the administration has yet to nominate an Assistant Secretary of State to handle the Western Hemisphere. The White House is weighing giving Stephen Miller, Trump's Deputy White House Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor, a more elevated role in overseeing post-Maduro operations in Venezuela, according to one person with knowledge of the conversations who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive dealings. Miller has been the architect of the administration's anti-immigration and border policy and took a central role in the effort to remove Maduro. He was among the handful of top administration officials flanking the president during the news conference Saturday at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. So, if Miller is given the role of overseeing post-Maduro operations in Venezuela, if that's even a conversation that's being had, then what must be among the administration's priorities with respect to the new governing powers within Venezuela? What do they want those governing powers to do? Should be a very obvious answer there. In Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, who served as vice president under Maduro until his capture, has been recognized by the armed forces as acting president. We've got some more coming on her here in just a little bit, so I'll hold off on that for a little bit. Rodriguez spoke to Rubio after the Delta Force operation to capture the Venezuelan president and his wife in what Trump described as a friendly conversation. She offered a cautiously conciliatory statement addressing Trump on Sunday evening. President Donald Trump, our peoples in our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war, Rodriguez said, adding that she hoped she could work with the U.S. government on a cooperation agenda, which is just, this is fucking bending the knee. This is like bending the knee and probably trying to buy time to figure out the next move. Other officials had voiced harder sentiments. Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino Lopez, in televised remarks Sunday alongside a group of military officials, described Maduro's capture as a cowardly kidnapping and said a large part of Maduro's security team was killed in cold blood in the operation. He ordered the nation's forces to unify in the mission of confronting the imperial aggression and to ensure the freedom, independence, and sovereignty of the nation. Padrino is a powerful figure in Venezuela's military, which had been a source of support for Maduro. Trump administration officials have warned that Rodriguez could face more military action if she did not acquiesce to American demands, with the president himself telling The Atlantic magazine Sunday that she could pay a bigger price than Maduro, who is in detention awaiting trial on drug and gun trafficking charges in New York. So basically, we're not just going to do this, like, you're not going to go to protective custody. That's what happened with Maduro. Maduro is in protective custody. He's like, no, we're not going to extract you and put you in protective custody. If you're not going to play ball, then we know there's plenty of people in the country that want your head on a pike. And we're happy to let that happen. Trump said on Air Force One that he hasn't yet spoken with Rodriguez. Though there are no longer U.S. troops on the ground in Venezuela, according to multiple U.S. officials, close to a dozen warships and scores of fighter jets, drone, and surveillance aircraft, along with approximately 15,000 troops, remain in the Caribbean and are standing by in case a second strike is directed by the president. One Venezuelan business leader argued that the Trump administration was taking a pragmatic approach by working toward an orderly political transition. Sounds like a guy who knows that he's about to get his whistle wetted. In recent months, the person said, U.S. officials appeared particularly interested in learning more about Rodriguez. He described Rodriguez as a pragmatic leader eager to bring a new economic perspective and who has built a team of people to inject fresh ideas to the socialist state founded by former President Hugo Chavez. Her defiant speech Saturday, the person said, was likely a message directed at her own people and should not necessarily be read as an unwillingness to collaborate with the Trump administration. In grabbing just Maduro and his wife and allowing most of the Venezuelan government to remain in place, the U.S. appears to be choosing a path, at least for the time being, that avoids the need for a sustained military presence in the country and the associated legal ramifications. This was not an invasion. This was not an extended military operation. This was a very precise operation that involved a couple hours of action, Rubio told NBC on Sunday. The day before, Trump had effectively dismissed the prospects of Venezuela's democratic opposition, including Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado, whose stand-in candidate Edmundo Gonzalez won more than two-thirds of the vote in an election last year that saw Maduro refuse to leave office. It'd be very tough for her to be the leader, Trump said when asked about Machado on Saturday, adding that she doesn't have the support or the respect within the country. And, obviously, long and short of this was, she was very popular, then they banned her from running, and so she set up this proxy guy who ran on her behalf with the understanding that if he was elected, she would actually be the head of state. And what he's saying is that it's fine that maybe the people like her, but the people aren't the ones who get a vote here. There are much more powerful interests than the people who don't align with the people, and those are the ones that we're going to be coordinating with. And she does not have the support or respect within the country, meaning the actual business and criminal and financial powers that be within the country will not, either she won't be able to control them or she's already beholden to them. And so she will just be controlled by them either way. Associates of Machado, who covertly escaped Venezuela last month with the help of the United States to attend the Nobel Prize ceremony in Norway, were caught off guard by Trump's comment, according to a person close to her team. And I know that there are quite a few people who are in and around the administration who do support her, because there's a lot of the same old Republican guard in and around there. So I think it's notable that this is very prominently the stated position of the administration, ensuring that cabinet members or financiers or other people in and around the administration who do support her and believe in her and want her or whatever are, if they want to pursue that end, they're going to have to explicitly countersignal Trump publicly, which is going to be a lot harder to do. On Sunday, she and her supporters once again urged the Venezuelan diaspora to rally in the streets, but with the two most prominent leaders outside the country, Gonzalez fled to Spain last year after the election, and Machado's location is not known, there was little they could do to mobilize a response inside Venezuela. One Venezuelan opposition leader said Trump's remarks were difficult for many in the opposition movement to hear, but, quote, in every transition you have to swallow some bitter pills. This person said the next 48 hours could help clarify whether Rodriguez could usher in a soft transition by replacing hardline ministers, or rather continue Maduro's government with gringo guardianship, quote unquote. Two people close to the White House said the president's lack of interest in boosting Machado, despite her recent efforts to flatter Trump, stemmed from her decision to accept the Nobel Peace Prize, an award the president has openly coveted. Although Machado ultimately said she was dedicating the award to Trump, her acceptance of the prize was an ultimate sin, said one of the people. If she had turned it down and said, I can't accept it because it's Donald Trump's, she'd be the president of Venezuela today, this person said. Now, this is a part, I was part of the reason I was reading this is because I wanted to get to this part. So the way that I read this is that her choosing to accept the Nobel Peace Prize was recognized as a sign of her support and alignment with the sort of people who offer up the Nobel Peace Prize, which is, the Nobel Peace Prize that Barack Obama got. Them giving her the Nobel Peace Prize instead of giving it to him was clearly a political statement. And her choosing to accept it was her choosing to align with that. So she's demonstrating her own loyalty, her own capacity for loyalty in this circumstance with that. And so her accepting the prize is the ultimate sin in the sense that now you know where her priorities lie. Loyalty to the City of London. Sure, yeah, basically. Yep. U.S. officials have insisted that Venezuela's rich oil fields provide both incentive for Rodriguez to work with Washington and leverage if she refuses to play ball. But experts have been left puzzled by Trump's pledge to take over the Venezuelan oil industry, returning assets to the U.S. companies whose contracts were voided when the industry was nationalized decades ago. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't it like experts are puzzled? What do you mean that he wants to take over the Venezuelan oil industry and return assets to the U.S. companies whose contracts were voided when the industry was nationalized decades ago? What does it mean? It's so hard to understand. A number of Western energy companies are already operating in Venezuela, including Chevron, Spain's Repsol, France's Morel and Prom, and Italy's Eni. Despite this, most of Venezuela's oil is purchased at a steep discount by China. While Chevron exports to the United States under a license issued by the Trump administration, U.S. sanctions constrain how other companies pay for and ship oil, according to David Goldwyn, chairman of the Energy Advisory Group at the Atlantic Council think tank. What Trump is really talking about is really new entrants into the market, Goldwyn said. But what, quote, they're going to want to know before they invest billions is that security and stability will last in Venezuela. Companies will make that decision based on whether it's a good investment over a timeline of a decade or more, Goldwyn added. So what is this here? Chevron has a special carve-out by the Trump administration to ensure access to the oil and to keep the oil flowing. And they're going to have new entrants come into the market, but there's going to be terms for how those entrants are allowed to enter the market. And I'm sure those terms are going to have a lot to do with China. Trust Plan Star says, random thought, but the Trump Musk kayfabe theory from earlier last year seems to be much more plausible. That's true. Yeah. Very much so. Okay, so now for a little more background on Delcy Rodriguez herself. So Delcy Rodriguez and the core of the regime's leadership are negotiating with the United States as we speak. This was not a sudden pivot. It is the result of a conclusion reached in Washington over months. The U.S. does not believe that Maria Corina Machado and the opposition have the operational capacity to seize power in Venezuela because they do not control or meaningfully fracture the military. If they did, power would have shifted immediately after the 2024 presidential election. It did not. This was part of the goal, I think. Part of the goal for the City of London neocon institutions' interests was to install her knowing full well that she doesn't control or meaningfully fracture the military, which would have resulted in the total and utter collapse into a Middle East-style quagmire. By not taking the bait here with her, they're likely going to prevent all of that. For a long period, U.S. officials, including Marco Rubio, were in constant communication with Machado and her team. They were asked repeatedly for proof of a concrete plan, not just to win power symbolically, but to retain it in practice. Chain of command, military alignment, institutional control, day after governance. The answers were consistently evasive, justified by security concerns, but never substantiated. At that point, from the U.S. government's perspective, the opposition ceased to look like a viable transition mechanism and began to look like a political wager with no enforcement arm. The plan now on the table is for Delcy Rodriguez to stabilize the country with U.S. backing and then call for general elections. This is not framed as an endorsement of the regime, but as a containment and transition strategy. Washington is explicit about one thing. This is not a partnership of equals. The United States is running the process, the lines are being managed through Rubio, and the leverage is entirely asymmetric. Delcy is the instrument, not the center of gravity. U.S. officials also assess that Delcy's harsh public rhetoric today was aimed inward, at the Chavista base, not outward. That messaging is understood as domestic signaling. Nevertheless, as of now, negotiations with the United States are ongoing as we speak. This is from Francisco Palaio. I haven't seen it before, but take this for what it's worth as a grain of salt. This is commentary on the situation. That I think there's a lot that's probably accurate about this based on everything else that I've been reading. He also said Trump says he spoke with Delcy today, that she wasn't defiant, that she agreed to what he asked, and that she's now talking about elections after a transitional period. Not long after, Delcy posts about peace, dialogue, cooperation with the United States, and respect for international law. That is not how a government behaves after being bombed and seeing its president captured. It reads like acceptance made public. And note that her first comments were, "We believe that he is the president. He is the true president." Now she's issuing statements that she is signing as the acting president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. So here is some commentary from Gustavo Azocar, director of political science, professor of strategy and political communication at George Washington University, political consultant, strategy writer. I do habla a little bit. Why did the U.S. government decide to negotiate with Delcy Rodriguez? First, the power structure in Venezuela changed since Saturday, January 3, 2026. Before that date, power was divided into four major poles. First, Nicolas Maduro, along with Celia Flores, his wife. Diosdado Cabello, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, and Delcy and Jorge Rodriguez. So Delcy's the VP. Jorge Rodriguez is something like the Speaker of the House there. He's like the head of parliament, as I understand it, or the equivalent sort of role. Vladimir Padrino Lopez is the defense minister, and I can't remember Diosdado Cabello. I can't remember I think he's a general, or he's another power broker there. Maduro was the head of like a pretty fractured coalition. Two, starting Sunday, January 4, 2026, the power structure was reduced to three poles: Delcy and Jorge Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello, and Vladimir Padrino Lopez. Maduro's son, Nicolas Maduro Guerra, just like Celia's sons and nephews, are making great efforts to try to form a power pole to avoid being swept away, as happened with Tarek al-Assimi. But it will cost them a lot of work to achieve it now that their parents are imprisoned in the U.S. To achieve the transition to democracy, the U.S. government, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio, understands that it is necessary to carry out a negotiation process with one of the power factors in Venezuela. Negotiating with one of the three factions is not a pleasant task, but it is inevitable. The U.S. tried to organize the transition with Vladimir Padrino Lopez. On more than one occasion, Donald Trump's special envoys, both in the first term and in the second, offered Padrino a deal so that he could take charge of the government as soon as Maduro left power. Trump's envoys offered Padrino a deal similar to the one offered to General Augusto Pinochet in Chile, but Padrino Lopez never complied. Quite the opposite. He clung to power and betrayed the agreements he had signed, along with Michael Moreno and other important figures of the officialism. The former oil minister, Tarek al-Assami, through his main frontman, Samar Lopez Bello, tried to approach the U.S. government to lead the transition as soon as Maduro's exit occurred. Lopez spoke with opposition figures to help him get the U.S.'s approval, but the North American government did not accept. El-Assami was too committed to the Iranians and to Hezbollah. Maduro found out about El-Assami's play. The rest is history. During Juan Guaido's interim period, the Donald Trump administration had the plan ready to end Maduro. But at that time, the situation was more or less similar to the current situation. Guaido had no control or power over the Bolivarian National Armed Forces, and the U.S. had not managed to convince any of the power poles within the officialism to accept leading the transition. The stuff's fascinating to me, watching the way they've tried to negotiate and work something out on a pragmatic basis with all of these different factions. In January of 2026, the situation changed. The U.S. accepted at the end of 2025 the plan that the Rodriguez brothers, it's Rodriguez siblings, his brother and sister, presented to them with the intermediation of the Kingdom of Qatar for them to lead the transition. So Qatar has intermediated on behalf of Delcy and Jorge Rodriguez, essentially the vice president and like the Speaker of the House. Qatar is representing them and offering to back and support and pressure them to cooperate with the U.S. on this front. The plan was simple. The U.S. removes Maduro and Delcy Rodriguez takes charge of the Miraflores Palace. Her brother Jorge and the presidency of the National Assembly will be Plan B. If something happens to Delcy, Jorge will be ready to take charge, as established by the line of succession in the CRBV. By removing Maduro from the board, President Donald Trump had only three options. First, reach an understanding with Padrino Lopez, discarded as he is not reliable and he had already betrayed a deal. Second, reach an understanding with Cabello, also discarded. Third, reach an understanding with the Rodriguez siblings. Trump and Marco Rubio decided to take a chance with the Rodriguez siblings. Delcy will assume the presidency as interim, while her brother Jorge, the real mastermind behind the deal, will be like an alligator in a pipe mouth waiting for his opportunity to be head of state. No one likes this type of deal. Everyone knows who Delcy Rodriguez is, and everyone knows who Jorge Rodriguez is. The question is, were the other two options better? The important thing here is that Maduro no longer exists. Maduro is imprisoned in the U.S., and although the regime structure within Venezuela remains intact, they still have control of everything, the dictatorship is morally wounded and under threat. Now they know that Donald Trump is serious, and that just as he sent for Maduro, tomorrow he could send for another. Basically, you have this regime that has ruled as a dictatorship, and they just got bitch slapped. You have the guy in the prison that has all the other guys cowering in fear, and then you have a bigger guy come in and beat the shit out of him. He could still have the same position that he had before, but all of a sudden people aren't as afraid of him anymore. So it's going to be much harder for him to remain in power unilaterally, which makes him easier to control by that bigger, stronger force. There is negotiation, that's true, but the regime, Delcy, is negotiating from a position of disadvantage, although their speeches try to show the opposite, while Trump negotiates from a position of strength. Delcy doesn't have it easy. On one side, she has Trump, who will pressure her to fulfill what was agreed. And on the other side, she has Diosdado and Padrino, who look at her sideways, with contempt and distrust, because they know that just as she and her brother handed over Maduro, because it was they who handed him over, tomorrow they could also hand over either of the two, Padrino or Diosdado, to stay in power. This movie hasn't ended. What we saw on Saturday, January 3 were just the trailers. The real movie is about to begin. Then, this thing about Cuba. So the government of Cuba has announced that 32 Cubans were killed in the recent military operation by the United States to capture Maduro, most of which were likely part of the security team protecting Maduro. 2 days of mourning have been declared across Cuba. And it's funny because once upon a time, this was like an allegation that was made that was supposedly like officially unsubstantiated, that Cuba had significant influence and power within Venezuela, controlling Maduro. There was even a report, I think now, I remembered this the other day. There was a report back in maybe November that said something about how if Maduro was to try to sell out to the United States, that Cuba would have him killed. Ocean Defender here says, this is what many don't realize. Even if Maduro had made a deal with the Trump administration, and I'm not saying he didn't because there are still a lot of questions that need to be answered, him leaving Venezuela would still have likely required an operation similar to what we saw Saturday with the 160th and Delta Force. These Cubans weren't just Maduro's security, but also his handlers. If it looked like he was planning to flee the country or make a deal, he and his wife could have been killed by them under orders from Havana, Beijing, and or Moscow. So here's more on the Cuba situation from this guy, Yishan. He says, I run Terraformation and I was once the CEO of Reddit. So take this for what it is. He says, I've been doing some digging and the real target of the Venezuela attack was not China, it was Cuba. Here it is. First, we could probably assume that one of the key architects of this plan was Marco Rubio. Rubio is one of the smartest and most competent members of the current administration, and his parents were Cuban exiles. So it's a little bit personal, but more importantly, Rubio is extremely well-versed in the nuances of Latin American foreign policy. And he's Secretary of State. He replied to this later on and said he read through this multiple times looking for typos, and then after he'd posted it, he saw this wonderful one, the Secretary of Steve. So it's his job, plus like 3 other jobs. Second, Venezuela was, and still is today, even after Maduro's removal, essentially a country being run by Cuba. This began over 20 years ago under Chavez when he turned to Cuba for help after an unsuccessful coup. He was deeply suspicious of his own military's loyalty. Cuba provided thousands of personnel, experts, doctors, sports advisors, all of them agents embedded throughout Venezuela at all levels, most notably in the military to monitor officers for disloyalty and overseeing management of key databases and surveillance systems. Over time, Cuba essentially took over running Venezuela, and this is one of the reasons why Chavez, and then Maduro, was coup-proof. Venezuela pays for the services of these Cuban professionals by sending oil to Cuba, up to 100,000 barrels a day at its peak. Venezuela was essentially Cuba's energy and thus financial lifeline. Cuban operatives were placed in charge of the direct physical security of the president, first Chavez, then Maduro. It's said that the Cuban troops had orders to kill Maduro if he looked like he was going to surrender to the U.S. I haven't confirmed this bit. The U.S. is not installing a new administration on the ground. It doesn't need to yet, but it can take over key distribution endpoints, ports on the coast, using naval and air power. This is enough to interdict the shipments of oil or anything else to Cuba. It will probably create green zones in and around the ports. Outright regime change is hard and no one likes it, and Maduro wasn't a strongman who simply needed to be removed. He seems to just be kind of a figurehead. I would say he was just a figurehead, and he's also a figurehead who knows a lot. We have the weirdest secretary. Secretary of Steve. Stephen Miller, yeah. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Stephen is the secretary of Steve. The real source of the regime are the existing Cuban personnel still on the ground in Venezuela. So the old regime is still there, just without Maduro. Immediate inertia means that any resistance to the Cuban occupiers will be tepid at best, while everyone figures out what's safe to do, which, in my opinion, accounts for Vice President Delcy's defiant response to the U.S. and her demands for the U.S. to return Maduro. It will take time for the U.S. sanctions to weaken the strength of the Cuban force inside Venezuela. It's pretty unclear how things will actually transpire inside Venezuela, but again, the U.S.'s main target is really the effect on Cuba. So I saw a lot of people were like, well, they were going to attack, so they should do Mexico or Cuba. As if like, it's like every single action is judged on the basis of, will this one single action permanently solve every single problem for all time? No? Oh, it's bad then. Which is a great shtick to run if your goal is just to whine and bitch and complain all the time. Yeah, who said we're done? If you look at Cuba, Mexico, Colombia, and Venezuela, Venezuela was probably the one that was the easiest to accomplish. And accomplishing Venezuela makes the rest of them much easier. And again, like, you don't necessarily want to have to go in and send Delta Force to yoink out every single head of state of every single country that you're at odds with. Ideally, you do that once, and that's all you need to do, and everybody else is ready to just negotiate. So the reason for the attack really is oil, as Trump said, but not in the way we used to think about in the Gulf War. Setting up oil extraction operations will take a decade, so it's not an immediate goal. The immediate goal is to strangle Cuban finances and energy to weaken the Cuban regime. This fits nicely with the new administration's stated purpose to focus on security in the Western Hemisphere. Cuba has been a thorn in the side of America for a long time. This is a big step toward isolating it, and eventually, I don't know if there's going to be a direct intervention or not, but I'm pretty sure Rubio has a plan for that, whether or not it goes forward. So Cuba is the major story. Lord Breezy says Venezuela and Colombia collapse, the other two, and Bukele and Malay become the most influential on the continent, other than America, of course. Yes, well, there's still the problem of Brazil. But what this is also doing is, as you knock off more and more of these, you're isolating and cornering Brazil. That said, this is not without consequence for the U.S.-China relationship. China having a foothold in the Western Hemisphere is not something the U.S. likes, especially one on the side of South America closest to the U.S. And furthermore, physical Chinese control of oil extraction operations is not something the U.S. likes. I would say physical Chinese control of oil extraction operations is just a complete non-starter to the United States. At the same time, Venezuela is not a core interest for China. It was always kind of a bonus chit. And because the U.S. can interdict the Venezuelan ports, it can stop the shipments of oil to China without having to take over the oil infrastructure. So removing Maduro happens to reset the China-Venezuela relationship. And a worthy thing to note here that Tom Luongo has pointed out multiple times, so my Luongooners are already aware of this, but the particular type of oil that Venezuela has, this heavy, sour sludge that is much closer to a solid than a liquid, is particularly used for shipping. It's for fuel for ships, diesel, kerosene. It's not like gasoline. It's not on the lighter end. It's on the much heavier end. China has obviously a huge need for this. And you could say, oh, well, they can just get it from Russia because Russia produces a lot of that really heavy sour as well. The problem is, for Russia to get it to China, involves sending it over pipelines or rail on land. And because it is much thicker and heavier, it doesn't flow well. So you've basically got to send that really heavy sludge through pipelines across Siberia. And that's very difficult. It's very expensive. It's so much more expensive that it made economic sense to ship it all the way across from Venezuela because of how much cheaper it is to ship stuff over the ocean. So for China, I think this is more than just a sort of a mild inconvenience for China. I think this actually is, it's a pretty substantial inconvenience, particularly if you assume that oil wasn't the only thing that was being sent across in those oil tankers. I would assume there was also probably a lot of gold and silver, especially silver, that was going across in those oil tankers as well, and that's also getting dried up. So, I think this is actually pretty substantially kinking operations for China, and it's taking another bargaining thing off the table and forcing the negotiations down to only specific issues. The reason China was not the main geopolitical target here is because of two things. First, if the U.S. wanted China to get out of Venezuela, it could just blockade China and say, get out, it's our backyard. That's no more a violation of any international norm than outright kidnapping of a head of state. China isn't going to send an aircraft carrier. Second, the recent trade war was bruising enough. A direct confrontation would escalate tensions, again, which the administration has been busy de-escalating. An indirect move that neutralizes physical Chinese operation of the oil infrastructure works better. Trump has already said that China will get its oil. This is significant. He's not saying we're taking the oil now. And it's true, except that the main change here is that the U.S. will eventually take over management of the oil extraction infrastructure and sell it to China. And in the meantime, the U.S. has the storefront, the ports. So China still gets its oil at a somewhat higher price, market price rather than the deeply discounted rates as owner-operator, and the U.S. gains an advantage in the relationship. It now has the power to stop sales to China if it needs a bargaining chip in the future. There are a few other loose ends. Russia is a much more deeply embedded strategic partner to Venezuela. The U.S. can make a deal with China to exit and become a customer, but Russia viewed Venezuela as Cuba 2.0, essentially a forced projection node to threaten the U.S. Although China sold military hardware to the regime, Slosher!
Alberta also has a lot of this heavy crude. Canada did the US a favor by not building pipelines to the west coast. An independent Alberta could have pipelines go south instead.
Yes, we're going to get to that here in just a little bit from our MAGA grandma. Because Canada is deeply implicated in all of this as well. And also there's Chinese implications with Canada also. So all these things are all tied into each other. Thank you for the tip, my man. Although China sold military hardware to the regime, it was largely operated by Russian contractors, many of them Wagner Group remnants. Russia will be harder to negotiate with, but maybe there are some follow-on operations about to happen. I happen to think that Russia and China were both aware that something like this was going to happen. And maybe not exact details, but some of this stuff has already been negotiated out ahead of time. Guyana, next door to Venezuela, had recently discovered vast oil fields currently being operated by ExxonMobil. Maduro had made noises about annexing that region lately. He probably won't be doing that now. There is also a major domestic priority served by this other than just patriotic fervor. And I don't think you can write off the patriotic fervor. As you're going into the 250th anniversary, I'm not saying that's what he's doing, but I would say this is, some people just kind of poo-poo it, but as you're entering the 250th anniversary year, building up to the midterms, and you're expecting a year of explosive growth, you want to cultivate that patriotic fervor. The Venezuelan diaspora is a source of migration pressure on the U.S. By seizing the country and creating green zones, or even just claiming to, the U.S. can legally deport Venezuelan migrants back to U.S.-administered areas in Venezuela. This is in line with the U.S.'s current de-immigration policies. You can round people up and kick them out, but they do need to land somewhere, and the jail in El Salvador is only so big. So I would say, look for near-term action on Cuba. The administration probably wouldn't do it without Rubio in the mix, but he is. And it would align with current Western Hemisphere foreign policy goals and be a major coup because Trump could claim to resolve a decades-long foreign policy problem where past presidents failed. And there might be action against Russia, at least enough to try and keep them off balance so that they can't focus on destabilizing Venezuela. More data or corrections on any of these are welcome, and cross-verifiable sources are appreciated. He says, man, I check it over 3 times for typos, and then a couple hours later I find this gem. Secretary of Steve. So here is some more commentary on the relationship with Russia. And this is from a guy that is just melting down. And it's fascinating watching. This is like the meme of the melting down soy jack with the Giga Chad. This is like this performatively from Dave Troy. I regret to inform that this is all very simple and dumb. Since 2017, Putin has been trying to goad Trump into seizing Venezuela and Greenland. Putin thinks this will cement the Monroe Doctrine as U.S. policy, which he thinks will drive U.S. disengagement from Ukraine. This effort failed in 2019 because it was blocked by John Bolton, Fiona Hill, Rex Tillerson, and other cabinet officials who considered these proposals but found them unwise. Putin's efforts to goad Trump resumed in 2025, first with renewed interest in Greenland, second with Venezuela. The Venezuela dangle worked, and there were no adults to stop it, and plenty of profiteers eager to help. So what you're telling me is that Putin figured out how he could negotiate with Trump in such a way that he can get what he wants with the things that are a priority to him, while Trump can get what he wants with the things that are a priority to him. And shockingly, we're readily admitting now that these so-called adults in the room were directly steamrolling this potential set of negotiations to ensure that millions of people would die. Now he's after Cuba and Greenland, which Putin thinks, again, will catalyze U.S. disengagement in Ukraine, which he hopes will give him a freer hand there, as well as reorient U.S. power in the Western Hemisphere and away from Europe. That's it. That's what's going on. Oils, minerals, peace prizes are all part of the dangle, but this is the whole ballgame. Now, what's fascinating is this is revealing, this sounds like, yeah, cool, great. Sounds like global, like geopolitical, power politics. This is power politics played out at the geopolitical scale. They're negotiating. This is mob boss politics. You have your priorities. I have my priorities. How can we maneuver against each other to incentivize you to protect your priorities in such a way that I can protect my priorities and we both come away happy? Unless you have the fundamental premise that both Putin and Trump are ontologically evil. Reddit meme. So here's his receipts. In 2019, Fiona Hill testified that the Russian government was, quote, signaling very strongly that they wanted to somehow make some very strange swap agreement between Venezuela and Ukraine, i.e., we get Venezuela, they get Ukraine. Wow, seems very rational to me. Quoting from Fiona Hill to Congress, October 14, 2019. As the U.S. was so concerned about the Monroe Doctrine in its own backyard, perhaps the U.S. might also be concerned about developments in Russia's backyard, as in Ukraine, making it very obvious that they were trying to set up some kind of, let's just say, you stay out of Ukraine or you move out of Ukraine, and, we'll rethink where we are with Venezuela. If this was operational intel then, you can damn well bet this is part of Kremlin-Trump policy now. The idea that this is some new sui generis Trump adventurism is unsupported by evidence. It's also unsupported by the fact that Trump has been talking about this basically since he arrived on the scene. If this is the basis of this action, and similar comments by Zhirinovsky validate Hill's testimony, then this is the transactional Trump deal-making first and foremost. No real risk taken, he gets what he wants, Vlad gets what he wants, and his image is burnished. Boom. Peacemaker. Sounds good to me. Don-plomacy, yes. Great Don-plomacy. Still open is the question of what was discussed at Anchorage and why it was so mind-boggling to those present. This op may be part of that discussion, or the whole substance of it, in fact. Perhaps now some leaks will shed some color on this. See, this whole thing, I'm reading this and I'm like, wow, this is really interesting This is really interesting commentary. I think he's exactly right about all this. And he's mad that he's right about it. Here's Vladimir Zhirinovsky saying the exact same thing as Fiona Hill in November of 2020. Quote, he will take Venezuela, we will take Ukraine. And he will say to everyone, look, Venezuela, tomorrow I will take Cuba. This is Russian hardliner Vladimir Zhirinovsky speaking on Russian state TV after Trump's November 2020 loss. And then he says, significantly more information here, and there's a lot beyond this. Bottom line is that this is going on for years. Folks denying this are either just not educated on this or are acting in bad faith. So he says, been pulling together details on this all day for a more detailed story, and a retrospective review shows the full arc. Not only did Trump float this deal in May of 2019, he backstopped it by deploying nuclear... I said Trump, I meant Putin. Not only did Putin float this deal in May of 2019, he backstopped it by deploying nuclear bombers to Venezuela in December of 2018, and then sending hundreds of troops to gin up the threat and provoke Trump into taking action. Per John Bolton's memoir, Putin even compared Juan Guaido to Hillary Clinton in a phone call, thinking that would push him over the edge, a move Bolton described as a masterstroke of psychological manipulation. More on this soon, but there is more than enough documentation to suggest that not only was this the Kremlin's design, but that the current operation is a continuation of strategy well underway in 2019. To help increase the value of a Venezuela-Ukraine swap, Putin sent two Tu-160 long-range strategic bombers capable of carrying nuclear weapons to Caracas in December of 2018. This was meant to piss Trump off and prompt a deal. When the nuclear bombers weren't enough, Putin sent troop carrier planes and military equipment to further provoke him in March of 2019. Again, the logic was to prompt him to accept the Kremlin's offer of control for Venezuela in exchange for exiting Ukraine. What a great deal! On May 23 in 2019, Putin called Trump to convince him to drop support for Guaido in favor of Maduro, despite the fact that the administration, led by Bolton and Pence, had recognized Guaido in January of that year. Putin compared Guaido to Hillary Clinton, Trump's nemesis. Look at that. So Bolton and Pence he's readily admitting Bolton and Pence were the ones who were running the operation for Guaido to replace Maduro. An unnecessary negative development was Trump's decision to call Putin on May 23, 2019, primarily on other subjects, but including Venezuela at the end. It was a brilliant display of Soviet-style propaganda from Putin, which I thought largely persuaded Trump. Putin said our support for Guaido had consolidated support for Maduro, which was completely divorced from reality, like his equally fictitious assertion that Maduro's May 1 rallies had been larger than the opposition's. In a way guaranteed to appeal to Trump, Putin characterized Guaido as someone who proclaimed himself, but without real support, sort of like Hillary Clinton deciding to declare herself president. Or maybe this is Putin saying, yeah, this Guaido guy, there's no organic support for him. He's just a patsy for fucking neocons. This Orwellian line continued as Putin denied that Russia had any real role in the events in Venezuela. Russia had, Putin admitted, sold arms to Venezuela under Chavez 10 years ago and maintained responsibility for repair and maintenance under the contract signed at that time, but nothing more than that. Which, this makes sense. Russia and the United States are not natural enemies, and they've got a long history of being allies together. They've been enemies in recent history, but that's really been because of other interests motivating that. If there wasn't that deep-seated animosity, then the Russians wouldn't have a need to have some sort of outpost in Venezuela to try to manipulate American policy. The idea that the current operation in Venezuela is not a continuation of Putin's psychological influence effort from 2018 to 2019 is beyond preposterous. So, there's this just accepted assumption that Putin Putin to the neocons is Jews to groypers. Just the ultimate embodiment of evil, and also the most sophisticated, demigod-like institution of power in the world. And then Trump is just this credulous goofball who doesn't understand how anything works, and you can just compliment him and he'll do whatever you want. Both of those assumptions have to be in place to frame this up the way that he is. Putin has done everything he can to provoke Trump into taking Venezuela under the banner of the Monroe Doctrine, and there are no adults left in the room to stop him. You mean that Putin has said, hey, Trump, if you revive the Monroe Doctrine and you just take absolute control over your own hemisphere and get out of my backyard, then we can get along well. And Trump's like, cool, sounds good. It was Fiona Hill, John Bolton, and Mike Pence that blocked all this the first time. It was Fiona Hill, John Bolton, and Mike Pence who were fucking traitors and should be executed, you mean to say? And those people have obviously been sidelined. It's time for the analyst community to understand, accept, and better explain what's going on here. I think that was... He had a bunch of receipts here. Oh, yeah, here. Important context here. Not only did Russia try to goad Trump into moving on Venezuela in 2019 to force U.S. disengagement in Ukraine, Russia also drove the idea of the U.S. buying Greenland by forging a letter to U.S. Senator Tom Cotton, who brought the idea to Trump. I like this that supposedly this was Tom Cotton giving Trump the idea to buy Greenland. And I'm pretty sure that Trump first started talking about buying Greenland before October of 2019. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think I am. I remember where I was when I first saw that. Remember the meme that Trump put out of Trump Tower in Greenland? And he was like, he said something like, we're not actually going to do this or something along those lines. I'm pretty sure that was well before October of 2019. Okay, what do I got next here? Oh, yes, here we go. So now we have the MAGA grandma. While everyone watched Venezuela, Trump quietly put Canada in the crosshairs. Why? Because this isn't regime change. It's a strike on the City of London's offshore banking empire that's been laundering cartel money for 50 years. Even MI6 admits this is something new. Promethean action. Miss Susan Kokinda. Take it away, Patriot Grandma.
While the entire world is focused on Venezuela and Mexico and Cuba and Colombia, Donald Trump just quietly put Canada in the hot seat. Why? Because the operation in Caracas isn't just about Maduro. It's an opening salvo against the British Empire. Here's what the president said.
So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. You know, they like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know.
But you're not supposed to notice that. The headlines covering that same press conference are focused on the usual targets, like this one in the New York Post. But while the empire's American propaganda arms want you focused on those usual suspects, by Sunday, the Canadians had figured out what I just told you. The editorial board of the Toronto Globe and Mail announced in their Sunday editorial that Venezuela's fate is a warning to Canada. Meanwhile, the rest of the narrative is being played out.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
Oh, nigga, you gay! Out by the press, like the New York Times, which says that this is another regime change operation out of the Bush playbook and that it's going to split the MAGA movement. And of course, the New York Times' favorite new political figure, Marjorie Taylor Greene, played her part.
Sluttybuck says, Greenland was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Lord Breezy says, Greenland is the real Israel. It's the real Israel, and it's ours.
In feeding into the MAGA split narrative. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is playing its assigned role in the narrative, shrieking about Trump's actions, and some are already calling for his impeachment. But here's where it gets interesting. Some of Trump's opponents, like the former head of Britain's MI6 and walrus man John Bolton, immediately recognized that what the U.S. did in Venezuela was not a regime change operation. They're actually onto something. It isn't regime change. It's a surgical strike against the British Empire's irregular warfare, and a key component of that, which we have long called Dope Inc., the nexus of narcotics trafficking, terrorism, and the City of London-centered banking system. And today we're going to break that down. I'm Susan Kokinda. I've been tracking this since the 1970s, watching how the offshore banking operation was set up to sidestep regulation, sovereignty, and law enforcement. And I'm here to tell you that for the first time, someone is taking that on, and it's Donald Trump. So
true.
If this sounds like your kind of fight, please hit those like, share, and subscribe buttons so we can reach more people. Here's what we're going to cover today. First, it's not regime change, and the empire knows it. Second, how the empire's operations of dirty money is now in the crosshair, and the Russians know it, and how Trump is deploying to defeat all of these imperial operations. So let's clear up the biggest misconception right now. Many former MAGA allies, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, are screaming that this is neocon regime change 2.0. They're just looking at the surface or outright lying. But listen to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. he told us exactly what this is.
I want to start with this big.
Actually, I think they're probably just kind of retarded. But, you know, when we have to assume that you're retarded because that's the only good faith option on the table, and we want to be good faith people because we are decent, moderate, centrist patriots. We want to be good faith people. So out of an abundance of good faith, we must just assume that people like Candace Owens and Dave Smith and Marjorie Taylor Greene and all of the others who are screeching about neocons and regime change and Tim Dillon and all these other libertarian types, it is a good faith action to just assume that they are retarded. They can't help the fact that they are retarded.
Picture question. Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
There's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations. It's not a war against Venezuela. You cannot continue to have the largest oil reserves, in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, not benefiting the people of Venezuela and stolen by a handful of oligarchs around the world, including inside of Venezuela, but not benefiting the people of that country.
Did you catch that? He didn't blame socialism. He didn't blame communism. He blamed oligarchs and drug trafficking organizations. Now, that takes us back to Trump and his targeting of Canada, which no one seems to want to talk about. Because when you put the words oligarchs and drug trafficking organizations in the same context, you aren't just talking about the cartels in Mexico or Colombia. You're talking about key characteristics of the British Empire, which is the epitome of oligarchy. Or to put it another way, the rule of the few, which is what oligarchy means. And when it comes to drug trafficking organizations, the British Empire has been the most notorious entity in the world when it comes to making money off of drug trafficking, going back over 200 years, including the notorious Opium Wars of the 19th century.
Again, it was an empire constructed on the back of a mercantile naval force. And it would make sense if you live on this tiny little island that's relatively resource scarce, and you're going to have to acquire all of the resources to continually elevate your own wealth and status, then of course, what you're going to build out is an elaborate network of trade routes that you control and extract a vig off of, and then you're naturally going to run into financialization schemes and using that to control and manipulate markets to your own benefit. You're going to exercise strict protectionism at home, and you're going to enforce free trade. And notice that all of the British colonies, a key feature of the British colonies is, they must be democratic. They must have elections. But they can't be monarchical. No. Of course not. Because we have the king. You don't get to have a king. You might be able to have like a nominal king as long as he kisses the ring. You don't get to have a king. No. You're going to have elections. You're going to have people that you're going to have rule by the people that we govern. There's a similarity here to what the American Empire is going to look like, because the American Empire is not wholly different. But the American Empire doesn't need to maintain a lot of these different schemes that the British Empire needed to maintain itself because of the geographic differences. So, yeah, no kings. They're literally right. They don't want competition with their king. Even if he is basically just a figurehead at this point. So, it makes sense then that if you have robust networks of shipping cartels, then absolutely those things are going to be reduced back to the original infrastructure of the British imperial project.
This has never stopped. It's just taken a new form. And that's the importance of Canada in this picture. It is run by the empire's favorite central banker, Mark Carney. And it is the major political outpost for the crown in North America, used for drug trafficking, as the president mentioned, illegal immigration, and terrorism. Unlike, say, someone like Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, whom Trump accurately characterized as terrified of the cartels, Carney has actually facilitated the financing arm of the cartels in his former role as the head of the Bank of England. While no one else is picking up on the Canada angle, Some interesting folks who are not exactly Trump supporters are picking up on another aspect of this, on the fact that what the U.S. did in Venezuela is not regime change. Let's start with the former head of MI6, Sir John Soros. He isn't clutching his pearls about democracy. He recognizes this for what it is. What Trump did is a demonstration of raw power that bypasses the empire's rules-based order.
Well, first of all, I think I'd be cautious about using the phrase regime change. The Americans have abducted the leader of Venezuela, Maduro, and taken him to the US to stand trial. But they are now already dealing with the regime. The army remains in power. The legal structures of the regime remain unchanged. And they're already talking to Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president who's been sworn in as the new president of Venezuela.
So you notice how regime change actually might have been okay. The thing that's really unprecedented here, the thing that really has them rattled, is the fact that they haven't actually done regime change. Because the international rules-based order, whereby, you have to subject things to a vote, you have to have elections. This is a means of control by the imperial power, the declining imperial power. Like, wait a second, you're taking away one of our tools. Because we're fine with you deposing the previous guy, but then you need to subject it to an election, and it just so happens that we're the ones who are going to control all the different cartels and money laundering and election rigging and all that stuff, because that's been our specialty. Lord Breezy says, if you're an island, your victory condition as an empire is exactly what they did. Exactly. And this is the way they've had to, because they didn't have the military might eventually to sustain themselves, they had to sustain themselves through election rigging, human trafficking, money laundering, and the coordination of organized crime. That's how they stayed in power. And by not actually doing regime change here, by saying, no, we're just going to stay in control of the situation, this is a gigantic middle finger to the globalist regime, the City of London, the British Empire, whatever name you want to give it.
And distance themselves from the opposition. So this isn't the sort of regime change of the sort that we saw in Iraq. And it's commensurate with the clear reluctance by Trump to put large-scale forces on the ground.
Sir John admitted this operation is new territory. He noted that Washington is already dealing with Maduro's successors and that the structures of the country remain. He knows this isn't Iraq, it isn't Tony Blair's regime change. It's something else. And he's not alone. Here's John Bolton.
But let's be clear, there's a big difference between getting Maduro and removing the regime. Right now, facts are scarce, that's for sure, but the regime is still in power. And Trump, inexplicably today at his news conference, took a shot at the Nobel Peace Prize winning leader of Venezuela's opposition, Mrs. Machado, said she didn't have the trust of the Venezuelan people. So I think there's a lot of lack of clarity.
Shut up, bitch!
Trump's thinking on this. And it would be a hollow victory indeed if we snatched Maduro but left his regime in place.
When
No thanks, irrelevant pervert. Get that ugly, disabled freak away from me.
MI6 and John Bolton are admitting that this is not standard regime change. And Trump's allies are confused. You know, you're watching a higher level of warfare. And this is exactly why you need to be plugged into Promethean Action. While so-called MAGA influencers are screaming regime change, but the former head of MI6 is calmly explaining that this is something entirely different, who do you think actually understands what's happening? We've been tracking British imperial operations in irregular warfare for decades. We don't react. We don't chase headlines. We understand the enemy's playbook because we've studied it and fought it since the 1970s. So if you're tired of being confused by people who you think are on your side, subscribe to our free newsletter at Promethean Action. We'll help you see what Trump is actually doing so you can defend it and explain it to others. So head on over to Promethean Action and subscribe to our free newsletter.
Also, subscribe to Kingpilled. Listen to the Astrolabe. Share it with people. Join the Kingpilled Discord, kingpilled.com. And if you would like to be entered into a drawing to win a free 1-year membership to the Kingpilled Discord, then go to forum.kingpilled.com. Go fill it out. Give me your email address, as long as you're not in the Discord already. This is for the plebs only. We're gonna pull back the curtain and allow you into the elite club for a year for free, as a thank you for you guys getting me to my compensation goal last month. Speaking of which, please do remember to also hit the tips link, tips.kingpill.com, and compensate your streamer.
Now, here's what Trump is really going after. If this is a war on drug trafficking organizations and oligarchs, as Rubio says, then it is automatically a war on the global banking system, because you can't separate the two.
Yes.
The target isn't just jungle labs and drug boats. It's the city of London. Let's remember where Venezuela is. It borders the Caribbean. What else is in the Caribbean? The origin point for the infamous system of offshore banking, established directly by the British. Back in 1960, the largest banking houses in London, working in partnership with the government and the Exchequer, established 14 completely secretive secrecy jurisdictions. These are the offshore banking centers that now hold between $50 and $75 trillion, with all 50 of the world's largest banks operating within them. These offshore centers exist outside the control of sovereign governments. They're secret, they're unregulated, and they facilitate illegal activity. What we once had, a legitimate regulated banking system, has been transformed into a criminal enterprise. And interestingly, the Russians have known this for years and have been more vociferous about it than any Western government. In a 2014 speech, Viktor Ivanov, then Russia's top drug enforcement official, laid it out clearly in a Moscow conference. He said, "This allows us to confidently assert that narco money is the foundation of the modern financial system. It is not surprising that during the first peak of the financial crisis of 2008-2009, Antonio Costa from the UN announced that the top banks in the world dumped in around $352 billion of narco dollars to use for interbank borrowing to address the critical shortage of liquidity." And he goes on to make clear that the global financial system needs drug money to survive.
There's your British Empire for you. There's what the British Empire has become. It needs drug and human trafficking money in order to survive. That's, man, what a legacy, right? If you have some drug money you would like to contribute, then we will do a little human trafficking ourselves. Mrs. Kingpilled says if Matt hits his goal this month, it's Baby Erickson time. You guys want to fund a pro-natalist project? Go to tips.kingpill.com. You could just make new patriots. Did you know that? You could just do things. Just make new patriots. Or you can facilitate the creation of new patriots by supporting your favorite streamer, tips.kingpill.com. Slutty Milk says, the elites don't want you to know this, but you can just steal regimes. I've already stolen a Latin American regime. Lord Breezy said, why build a regime from scratch when I just stole one? Lord Breezy says, many are saying those Latin American regimes come with free big booty Latinas. We love the big booty Latinas. Tom Rickson, stop the stream. I have arrived. Well, I'm glad that you arrived. We're not going to stop. So I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you made it there safely. We are going to continue without you. Suck it.
The very existence of the global financial bubble, he said, is based on precisely this opportunity for banks to attract liquid narco money. In fact, this garbage fertilizes the present economic system. Now, this is a good time to remember that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent recently commented that 50% of his job involves issues of national security. Now think about it. Since we started targeting drug boats and lighting up the communications channels of the cartels and their financiers, I bet Treasury Secretary Bessent has been just as busy as Pete Hegseth. Now, Venezuela doesn't have to be a major producer of drugs. It's the facilitator for the spider web of narcotics, illegal immigration, and terrorism. And it's well known that Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard operate out of Venezuela. So think about the implications. Trump's moves on Venezuela hits at this nexus, and it effectively attacks the liquidity of the offshore banking system established by the British in the 1960s.
That's another thing, the Iran subject, which of course, for very obvious reasons, everyone loses their mind when Iran is brought up. But I was having this conversation with a friend last night that he was describing, he was like, this whole like Israel-Iran thing and like Israel's regional aspirations and stuff. Like, this is really old. It goes back decades. And I was like, motherfucker, the war that's happening right now goes back centuries. The Iran-Israel conflict, yeah, it does go back decades, but it is a proximal skirmish in the midst of a global war that goes back centuries. We're talking We're talking the old imperial structure, of which Iran and Israel are both subsets or apparatuses of, as was Venezuela, as is Cuba, as is the entire Caribbean tax haven banking system. Isn't it interesting that every single political hotspot in the world, every place where there is some sort of a constantly bubbling point, like conflict zone, these are all proxies of either the British or in some cases the French empires. Very odd. Such a weird coincidence. I wonder why you would focus on any particular one over the other. I mean, maybe there's reason to, but you can't act like only one of them matters and the rest of them are all subservient to that one.
He's cutting off the flow of fertilizer to the globalist oligarchs. And this brings us to the real issue, which is the fact that we are fighting not regular warfare, but irregular warfare. For decades, the British Empire and globalist banks have waged war on us using non-state actors, NGOs, terrorists, cartels, all of which are protected by their rules-based international order.
Yep.
A couple of my friends discussed this when they summed up their discussion on Venezuela. Here's what Crypto Rich and Tom Luongo said.
So here's
Luongoners
Trump coming along, breaking the rules, which he has to do in order to defeat the international banking cartel, which is spawned out of the City of London.
Well, you can't play by their rules when their rules-based order is all based on
it favors them.
And it favors them. They set the game board up. And if you want to beat somebody, you can't play the game by their rules. It's basic Sun Tzu. Never fight on ground prepared by your enemy.
Tom's right. You can't defend your nation if you play by their rules. And the new national security strategy, which Rubio brought up in the above interview, says so. Just a reminder, here's what the national security strategy says about the elite's rules. They lashed American policy to a network of international institutions, some of which were driven by outright anti-Americanism and many by a transnationalism that explicitly seeks to dissolve individual state sovereignty. So, on behalf of all sovereign nations, Trump has taken the fight directly to those institutions, both the so-called legitimate ones like USAID, the NGOs, the nonprofits, the universities, and the illegitimate side, the cartels, the criminal empires, and their financiers. We're no longer playing by the rules of the rules-based order. And don't forget, it was Canada's Mark Carney who said that just a few months ago. The old world of steady expansion of rules-based liberalized trade and investment, that world is gone.
So true.
This is what this administration is taking on in their whole of government approach. No, it isn't regime change. It's the recognition that this is irregular warfare. And for the first time in the entire post-war period, the United States is actually fighting back. So here's the bottom line. While the talking heads and influencers are screaming about regime change and splitting MAGA, Donald Trump just declared war on the financial backbone of the British Empire. He's targeting the offshore banking system that has funded terrorism, cartels, and the destruction of sovereign nations for over 50 years. And he's just targeted Canada for good measure. The most ironic part? The enemy understands what Trump is doing better than many of his supposed allies.
Yes.
Sir John Sawers and John Bolton see it. And one of the other superpowers, Russia, has been warning about this for decades. But too many in the MAGA movement are stuck arguing about whether this is another neocon regime change, instead of recognizing that Trump has just launched the biggest offensive against the City of London since maybe the American Revolution. This is why we exist. Promethean Action has been in this fight since the 1970s. We've exposed the offshore banking apparatus. We've been warning about British irregular warfare when everyone else thought we were crazy. Now Trump is doing what we've been advocating for decades. And we're here to make sure that you understand it so that you can defend it and amplify it. Go over to the Promethean Action website and subscribe to our free newsletter, become a paying member, support us financially, and check out our resources. This has been your Monday Brief. Thanks for watching.
Please take a moment and subscribe to our free newsletter at PrometheanAction.com.
We love our MAGA grandma, don't we, boys? Now look at this.
Pelosi.
Alex Jones just claimed the Venezuela operation could be a deliberate setup. Wait a second. Do we have a MAGA influencer who might be understanding what's going on here? You're kidding.
And yes, are they going to now have Maduro expose Pelosi and the Democrats and the Clintons and the Bushes for the drug dealing they've been involved in? I wouldn't hold your breath with the prosecutors, but definitely Trump is ending the U.S. sanctioning and laundering the money and supporting it, and the election fraud. Because it's not Venezuela and China running it, it's the CIA deep state through China, through Venezuela and Cuba doing it. So Cuba's in deep trouble. Mexico and Scheinbaum, its operations, in trouble. Their mothership, Venezuela, that had all this incredible budget and all this incredible money, not for its people, but for control, that's gone. And so Trump's leaving this current government in there. They'd already had Maduro about to go and put in this new puppet. He's like, we're not going to have your puppet. We're going to come in, stabilize it, crank up your production again, turn your standard of living back on, and we're going to fix this. And it's going to work because they have so much wealth. So this is a big deal, folks. On this day, today.
So this guy here, Son of Mars, says, this is true. Massive scheme involving elected officials in Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, California, and others. Was first brought to my attention in a legislator meeting in Arizona years ago now, where a real estate auditor brought it forth. The Mormon Church is in on it too. Basically, the cartel is paying off most, if not all, officials to allow the free flow of immigrants and drugs into the country. They do the payoffs via mortgage fraud. They get money and secured power due to voter fraud. Cartel gets to move its merchandise. Trump just arrested Obama's Treasury Director on charges related to this. It wasn't the Treasury Director. We'll talk about this in just a sec. I believe this is also heavily tied to states that had massive amounts of immigrants dumped in them. But I think the admin is getting ready for some mass arrests. Once again, you are a political normie at this point. If you don't see how what they're doing in Venezuela is directly tied to the problems of voter fraud and Somalis and immigration and the importation of refugees and rigging the asylum system, all of these things are all together. This is the guy he's talking about. It was the DEA's chief financial director. This was a month ago. I was told no deep state Democrats are being arrested. People are too busy complaining about no deep state Democrats being arrested to notice when deep state Democrats are being arrested. The DEA's chief financial director under Obama, Paul Campo, who resigned in 2016 ahead of Trump's administration, had his Virginia home raided and has been charged for agreeing to launder $12 million for the CJNG, a Mexican cartel, while acting in his role at the DEA. I talked about this a month ago when this came out. But anybody who's telling you, they're not arresting anybody, they're focused on foreign policy, they're not doing anything domestically, they're just trying to demoralize you. Yeah, Lord Breezy, all foreign policy is domestic policy when you're an empire. There is no distinction, especially given the current state of things being that America has been globalized. So if we want to restore American sovereignty, it's going to involve global activity. Yeah, there was a lady in Georgia that got federally indicted today too. I don't remember what role she had, but you've had a number of judges, you've had members of Congress, you've had local members of local government. You've got the DEA's chief financial director. You've got the fucking head of Venezuela, like the chief narco state in the region, was arrested. At this point, if you're saying they're not arresting anybody, they're not addressing the problems of cost of living, they're not addressing the problems of immigration, they're not securing elections or trying to win the midterms, any of that stuff, you're just fucking making shit up. It's malevolent ignorance. Look at this. Homeland Security, 22,000 strong and growing. ICE's unprecedented recruitment campaign has shattered all expectations. With a 120% increase in agents and officers, ICE will help fulfill POTUS Trump's promise to make America safe again. 120% increase in ICE manpower. And they're sending Gregory Bovino to Minnesota, along with 2,000 agents. And DHS and DOJ are already there investigating. They're cutting off federal funds to all these different, like, women and children, childcare, federally subsidized aid programs to blue states. They are bankrupting these criminal organizations affiliated with the Democrat Party. And last thing today, a powerful, it's not a premonition, it's not an omen, it's a powerful statement of intent, I suppose we'll say, from the president.
You know that Portland, we got it down to almost no crime? Do you know that? But we pulled it out. We had a Supreme Court decision. We can go back. We're allowed to go back in. But we'll go back in when the crime starts. Look, the crime will soon start because they now know that we're out. And
So we're pulling out. The crime is going to start again, and then it's going to be clear. When we're there, there's no crime. When we're not there, there's crime. When we're there, there's crime. When we're not there, there's crime. Weird. So us being there means no crime. So if you want no crime, then that means you want us to be there.
the appropriate time, we'll go back in, and we may, if we're allowed to. The most powerful thing we haven't used the Insurrection Act.
You're considering using the Insurrection Act?
I've always considered it, but we haven't needed it anywhere. 48% of the presidents of this country have used it. Bush used it, I think, 22 times or something. You know that, right? I mean, Bush the elder. You know that Portland...
So, we're operating within, we have a judge that says, no, you got to go out. You can't go in those terms. Okay, we'll pull back out. We'll give you guys a little bit. And then shit's going to kick off again. And we're holding the Trump card in our back pocket that we can use at any time. When we do choose to use that, it's going to have other externalities, and we're going to have to manage those. So we're going to wait. We're going to use it at the right time. But we've got it. Basically, Portland's going to have Trump's next child. He pulls it out and slams it back in. My president pulls out, then busts back in with his Insurrection Act. Oh, you guys are great. All right. That is all I got for you guys tonight. That is another Labe in the books. Thank you to all of you guys for listening, for showing up, entertaining me in the live chat. Thank you for your contributions to paying my bills so I can keep doing this. Reminder, forum.kingpill.com. Go, if you are not in the King Pill Discord now, go enter your email for the possibility of receiving, at the end of a random drawing, a 1-year subscription to the King Pill Discord. Make sure you follow me on Twitter, @KingPilled. If you're listening to the podcast version of this later on, leave me a 5-star rating and review. Let the people know. Let the people know what you think of the show. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for another episode of the Astrolabe. Until then, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough, and I said,